We're going to use that
Yeah.
for everything here.
I unmuted it whenever you're ready.
Okay, we're ready. Okay, so I'd like to call the July 15th, 2022 Central Board of Architectural Review meeting to order. Let's see. Just so everybody is aware. There we go. Everybody is aware. I have myself and Robin and Alan are in attendance for the board. Let's see, do we have any members of the public who wish to address the board regarding an item that is not on today's agenda?
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, agenda status report, David?
So we just have one change to the agenda. We will have to continue item number 8 to the next meeting as we do not have quorum for that item. Otherwise, no additional changes to the agenda.
Yes. Go back to
Minutes.
all right, so let's go to the minutes of June 10th, 2022. So I'm already sharing the screen, David, so what do I need to do to get the, just to get the minutes up?
Do you guys want to speak?
Sure, please.
And then just-
I don't have it up right now. I just have to revise. There we go. There we go.
Sure.
Hey Bethany, this is Nicole. Can you hear me okay?
We're trying to get it.
Can you guys
Go
hear
ahead.
me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Nicole.
you can.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Is that it?
I think I wanted to remind you guys that we already went over the contents of this, so we're only looking at the actions, I believe.
Correct.
Yeah.
David, you have these printed out, those are unreadable on the screen for me.
Yes, you did.
Oh, I'm sorry, I could have walked up there. Okay.
Just revise it, get it into that one.
Okay, no problem. It's okay. I didn't know where they were. So these are the agenda, I printed them.
You need the minutes.
Yeah. Was that subject?
No, that's it.
These are the
Does it say
minutes?
June 10th?
Well, you know what, it says that it's the
Right.
agenda, and it should say that.
I mentioned that.
Okay.
Bit of an issue, but I figured it out. I have only one.
Yes.
Number 9. Writers, mixed use project.
Yes.
We had asked for minimal lighting. I'd like to see that.
Nicole?
But then what about E on that one?
Yeah.
It could be added to that. Oh, it does
It
say.
says minimal lighting. You got it, Nicole, no worries. There is no conceptual review of
Thank
approval.
you. Good to see you.
So David, this should say, wow, that is really good.
You might want to zoom in a little bit.
Yeah, why is the projection so good?
Well, but you guys saw it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine.
So you might want to close that, the other side. Oh,
Nope, that's,
are you sharing from box?
yeah, that was from Bob. Because I didn't have it. Sorry, everybody, I apologize for this is a learning experience for us today. You have one here? You want to just share it here?
I can do that.
I think that was my only comment.
Final one also. Over there.
With the edit, that there isn't anything, there is no conceptual review approval, so it just says conceptual, it should just say David, or whoever's got them, conceptual review, no action taken, may return to preliminary final.
Which one was that? 9?
Item number 9.
Okay.
So, what is your motion?
Make the motion as,
And with the direct.
with the direction as per chair.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Informational briefing. I don't have anything at this point. Do you guys have anything? Okay. Number of recusals, I had a conflict with item number 8. which would, once taken, would have necessitated a lack of quorum, which is why the item was moved to another meeting. Anybody else have a recusal? Nicole, staff update? You're on mute, Nicole.
Yeah, give me a second.
We can hear you now.
Getting to my button. Okay, yeah, so let's see if there's anything coming up of interest to you. Not sure if you'll be interested in this, but on July 27th, our energy division is bringing the Blue Flat rock mining reclamation plan to the County Planning Commission. That's in the Solvang area.
Okay.
And then again, I'm not sure if this will be of interest to you, but on August 10th, the county PC will hear the appeal of the Nahoe Farms cannabis cultivation project. I think those are the main things coming up that are within your area.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reconsider the circumstances of the COVID-19 state of emergency. As you guys remember, this would take us, if we act in favor of this would take us back to completely Zoom meetings. And we put it on the agenda just in case we wanted to reconsider that. That is, of course, we had more people.
I would suggest, probably suggest we put it off and we have a.
Okay, then let's, we'll just, we're not gonna take an action on that. Okay, consent agenda, item C1, 2241 Ashburn Pool Fund. Have anybody? for that?
Yep.
Let me just get this open. And that's back to me, right?
Yeah, you just have to make sure to share your screen once you have to open it.
This is just the color board, right? Again, and plans final, there we go.
No, it'll be on the bottom. There you go.
All right. Okay. So, the comments, there weren't any comments, except for notation is added that the trim color is the same as the body color, return final on consent. So can you direct me to where in your plans the trim color is it just noted on the color board? Or do you also have it as a
We-
typical one?
So we provided a digital color board in addition to the physical one. I think that was the comment, is that it was kind of hard to read the actual text.
Just flipping through here. Do you have your, obviously you have your colors and materials noted on the plan. Can you direct me to the sheet?
So the
Are they
digital,
noted here?
no, they're digitally noted on the 3.14. So if you keep going down,
Okay. That was 6. That's 3.13.
were there any other files within there, or
Just the pictures of the color board.
just the photo of the color board?
Mm-hmm.
I can zoom into those hopefully, or maybe you guys have it. Oh, there we go. So
Oh, 1.4. It was separate. I got it.
yep. So there
So you
we got,
included the. Go ahead, sir.
so in here we've got just a digital representation of them,
Hit the wrong button.
along with text that should be easier to read than the physical, if the photo of the physical board.
Okay, so it says, boy, you guys really need to put some bigger text on here. Standing seam metal roofing, thick grout surface limestone veneer wainscot, stained wood awnings and patios. Do we have a body color?
For the house, up above,
Yeah,
you scroll up. So we got the brick and the wood.
okay. Do we want them to amend this to identify body and trim?
If
This color?
there's actual paint samples on the photo that I think you should be able to read, if you're having trouble reading some of that stuff. So if you zoom into the actual paint samples,
That's, this is the roofing here.
yeah, so that's roofing.
Wow.
So we have the deep caviar paint sample from
Yeah.
Benjamin Moore.
Right.
And the river silt for the brick, and then a wood stain to kind of pick up on those tones.
Yeah, it's the same note. Do we need to note saying that this is body color and trim?
I think so, to the phone.
Okay, so we're gonna ask that the planner confer with the applicant to be sure that the plans and the color board have a note about this Benjamin Moore deep caviar color being for the body and trim. And with that, I would make a motion to approve.
Second.
Robin, all in favor?
I,
All right. Boy, I'm gonna have to get faster at this. Let's do item C2.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gershenson, new single-family dwelling, 21 bar 268. And two. I closed it. Yeah, interesting. Okay, do we have an applicant here? I'll read the comments real quick. Glass railing is not appropriate or in keeping with the style of the structure. The applicant has agreed to change the design to cable or wire. A minority of the board has reservations about the overall size and height and believe that the conformance to hillside ridgeline limits offers an opportunity to improve the project. Colors and materials are appropriate. Do we have somebody here for this?
Yeah, good morning, Bethany. Tony here.
Hey, Tony. All right. Come on. There we go.
Yeah, so you'll see the change from the glass railing to the 4-inch gridded wire railing. Sheet
In the
A,
elevations?
yes, sheet A 3-2.
Okay.
And then, yeah, that's our garage. Front elevation. This addresses the height issue that might still be in question. And continue through to, these were exhibits were done for that height exemption.
Gotcha.
Yeah, here we are.
Really?
Yes, correct. So you'll see that it's been changed on each of the elevations.
There, oh, geez. Sorry, guys. The rotate is right next to the zoom button. Railing, 42-inch high, 2x wood frame, top rail with metal grid panel with 2x bottom rail. Okay.
And so the idea is to use, a galvanized 4-inch hog wire railing.
Okay. Okay. There was no other conditions. Anybody have any issue with this?
I think there was just a clarification on the square footage, so we've done an additional breakdown for a better understanding. And I believe Kimberly was to issue a memo regarding the height exceptions. Had the board received that?
We're seeing it here, but I haven't got it open yet. I'm still screen sharing. Can you guys see the memo? Everybody see the memo?
No, you're not showing the right screen.
It says I'm screen sharing the business. name.
Yeah, you have to pick the right file.
This one. Here we
Yeah,
go.
there you go.
Huh, okay. This is the memo you're referring to?
Yeah, there was to be an exception there that allows for some intrusion into the height restriction element. I didn't get an opportunity to preview it, so I'm not quite sure what aspect we're looking at. I know that Brett Jones is present, and perhaps he could help address it as well.
Okay, yeah, if Brett wants to tell us, are we Are you actually looking for an exemption from our board?
Hey, Bethany, Brett Jones here. No, it's not.
Yeah, Brett.
It's my understanding, it's not an exemption from you guys. It's just a design exception that the planning department can use in this case, because we're just a little bit over the 19 feet for a very small percentage of the roof. And that I haven't read this either. I just I know that Kimberly wrote it the other day, but I hadn't had a chance to read it yet.
Well, it's interesting because it says the Board of Architectural Review may exempt a project from this guideline. She's not making, there's no reference in here to the actual planning exemption. It looks like she's anticipating that we would grant this exemption.
Gotcha.
And I think we made it pretty clear that wasn't something we were going to do, because that we take that action at preliminary.
Well, there was,
Unfortunately-
yeah, go ahead. Brett.
Unfortunately, you know, there's been a lot of back and forth with Hugo leaving, who was going to write the original memo. And I know Kimberly was doing it right at the last minute. So we probably need some help from planning staff. I don't know if anyone's, you know, I don't think Kimberly's on this meeting, but.
Well, I do recall that Nicole provided some exceptions in one of the early reviews when this was first raised as a concern. And so therefore we did an illustration showing the small percentage of height intrusion beyond the 19-foot height limit. So if Nicole's available, she had that specific language, which perhaps was written into the minutes. I've not seen those minutes, but
No, it is not in the minutes. Nicole, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, it looks like I can go look at the section for architectural projections and architectural elements. But give me just a second on that. You might, I don't know, you might want to move to C3 and then bounce back to this one in just a second. But I mean, the section that Kimberly cited, this is accurate, but there is another section that I can pull up and read to you as well.
Well, the problem for me, Nicole, is that we don't have anything from the planner that is actually showing that, you know, the planning is making that action.
Right. Now, I think either way, you would probably need something from the planner. In the case of using the other sections, I think you would want a memo from the planner affirming that those sections could be used.
Yes, because I'm not comfortable granting final approval. I don't know about the rest of the board, but I'm not comfortable granting final approval for this project because we don't have the background from planning that says that it can move forward.
so you're telling me that the previous discussion regarding the exception was not written into the minutes because it's been read to the board before. I want to say 2 sessions ago.
Well, Tony, it doesn't have anything to do with our minutes. What we're looking for is documentation from the planner that exemption applies and that the planning has the intention to take that finding, make that finding. Because if we approve the project right now, we go ahead and approve it without knowing whether it needs an exemption or whether planning is planning to take that exemption or not. In the switchover of the planners, she didn't write a memo that addresses what we discussed and the plan of action from last year.
Well, I understand. My point is that, you know, the frustration here is that we've addressed this issue before. We didn't get an opportunity to review the memo prior to being published to the board, and it's just another sense of frustration is all.
Oh, I,
Madam Chair,
yeah.
question. Would a qualified situation if we took action based on future action or information coming from plan? Would that only be
Well, the action will stand. I mean, once we make it, we make it. And even with a condition, I mean, I can't condition the planning department to issue an amendment.
we could fashion a motion.
Bethany?
Yeah, Nicole,
I can get a hold of Kimberly and have her join if you would like me to.
that may be what's needed.
Okay.
Because this memo is asking for the board to take an action that we discussed and would determine wasn't necessary, and that planning is going to be making that finding regarding the height.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's my recollection that it was beyond the Board of Architecture review, but it became a planner issue in the planning department to approve the exception, not the board.
Right.
I have a question for David. David, can I just forward Kimberly the link that I'm using?
I'll send her an invite.
Okay,
If you
I'll let her.
call her, I'll send an invite.
Yeah, I'm chatting with her right now, so she'll be
Okay.
looking for it. Okay.
Give me just a minute to send it.
I'm going to go to C3, guys, and we'll come back to you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, item C3, 22 bar 58 Hudson River LLC. 2 bars. Do we have someone here for this item?
Yes, Jeff Wellman is here.
Good morning, Jeff. I'm going to read the comments and then we'll check the sheets real quick. Appreciate the thought put into the project and the ability of the applicant to work with industrial building to create an elevated level of design. Full vegetated screening of structures is not required. Applicant may omit if desired. So sounds like there weren't any changes. You made no changes from the previous plan set?
No, our last review last month, it looks like everybody was in agreement with our philosophy on this. So we showed up today to hopefully get final approvals and move down the road.
All right. Details. That's it. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve item Q3. Robin seconded, all in favor? Aye. All right. Put me on down the road, sir.
All right. Thank you, guys. Much appreciated. Have a good weekend.
You too. Okay, so let's go back to, or let's go to item 1. Nicole, just jump in when you're ready for C2. I'm gonna go to item 1 if we're not ready yet.
Okay, so Kimberly's gonna join in a second, but I do.
I see her there.
She's there?
Yeah, she's there.
Okay.
I am here.
Okay, perfect. So, let me just go share the.
Yeah.
Okay, so, Kimberly, per the discussion, I know you got this project and there's been some handoff going on, but what happened was that in the last hearing, we actually discussed with the planner the fact that there is an exemption in the language was read by Nicole into the record at that point. And we agreed that the BAR would not be taking any exemption action because that's taken at preliminary, which is why this project got preliminary approval last time. And we need some kind of memo or confirmation from you that that is in fact what's going to happen.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not sure that I understand the question. So maybe can I restate what I know about the project? My understanding is that the height limitation of 16 feet was established by the Ridgeline Hillside Guidelines. And that the additional 3 feet is because of the roof pitch. So we have under the Ridgeline Hillside Development Standards or development guidelines, you have a limitation on the height, and specific to the Ridgeline Hillside Guidelines, unlike any other section of the ordinance or height criteria, the Board of Architectural Review is specifically allowed to increase the height beyond the guideline if they can make the findings about greater flexibility, good design, et cetera, et cetera. So in order, the height of 16 plus 3 feet is established not by the underlying zone designation, but by the Ridgeline Hillside Guidelines. So therefore, if you want to change the height, allow a taller structure under the guidelines, the exemption needs to come from that section of the ordinance. Does that make sense?
I've been on the BAR for a long time, and yes, I understand the findings. And I wasn't clear because what happened was we discussed the exemptions. Nicole, could you explain what section of the code applied and why?
So there's another section of code that has general height limit exceptions that will allow architectural elements and architectural projections to exceed the height limit. One of them is for elements such as like chimneys, church spires, flagpoles, towers, things like that. And that doesn't require approval from BAR. And then there's a second one that allows for a 400 square foot area to exceed, but that one also requires approval by the BAR. So I'm not sure if it was fully clear at the last meeting that the BAR was not okay with granting an exception, but in this case, unless it's a tower, church spire, flagpole, etc., it would need to fall into the category that Kimberly is mentioning, or into the other category, which both require BAR support.
And given that the height restriction comes from the Ridgeline Hillside Guidelines, I would be a little bit more comfortable if the exception came from that same section of the ordinance, because we're specifically altering the design, the Ridgeline Guideline, not the underlying height of the ordinance, of the height of the zone designation.
Well, what you're saying is that what the previous planner of this project agreed to, you're not comfortable with. This is what it boils down to. And this was what was discussed and agreed to in the last hearing.
I'm not sure that I'm saying that I'm not comfortable with it, because given that I don't really know the full extent of what was discussed in the last hearing, what my understanding is that the height limitation is established under the Ridgeline Hillside Guidelines, and that you have the ability. I think that I can't, without looking at the ordinance more carefully, I don't see that there would be a reason not to be able, if it falls within the exception criteria, the general exception criteria under section 3530, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to use that one as well. But again, I'm coming in this cold. And
I understand that. I totally understand that. The problem is that the BAR indicated that they were not willing to make the exemption. And the planner indicated that they would make the alternate exemption and that this project could move forward with that understanding regarding the height. And I know you've inherited. Yeah, Brett.
Sorry to interrupt. I understand what you're saying, We have 3 board members now. Could we look back at the specific area that we're exceeding, and the 3 of you, reconsider that area to see if you would be willing to approve it per this exception that looks like in the land use development code needs to be approved by the VAR?
Well, I know you've got at least one person who doesn't, meaning me.
I'm okay with that. I think it's a good suggestion.
No, I'm talking about making the exemption, the VAR exemption.
Are you asking me how I'm gonna vote?
Yeah,
I don't find a problem with this.
yeah, Rowan?
I think we need an exemption, and I'm not gonna give it.
You've got 1 vote out of 3 for granting the exemption. Just taking a little straw poll here. So.
Okay.
Bethany, excuse me, Bethany, would it help if I did a screen share to show you and the board the minimal amount of area that protrudes beyond the height limit? Does that have any value to your decision?
Not exactly, because we already discussed this at the last hearing, and I think we looked at that exhibit, if I remember correctly. Hold on just a second. Let's see.
So if it has the 4 and 12 roof pitch, I think we're talking about an exceedance of about 7 inches.
Yeah, it wasn't a whole lot.
Yeah, so I have 2 exhibits within that set that address the small percent that you've just passed. Yeah, these 2 elements here indicate that area. So that the roof plan would show you that there's 4.5 square. Yes, that's correct. And then there's a plan view below it, just going through the math in terms of the amount of projection.
There.
Yes, correct.
You try not to rotate the plan.
Right.
Right.
So
And I haven't changed, I'm sorry, I haven't changed my opinion, and it sounds like Robin hasn't either. So the VAR with 3 people right now today is also not willing to grant the height exemption, the VAR height exemption.
okay, so can we condition this for this final review, so that if you go to the document above this?
Alan, that was your suggestion, to make it a condition.
Yeah, I think that would push it to planning and everything.
You want to make a motion? Go ahead.
I make a motion that we approve this with the caveat that the height exemption is taken into account in the plan.
Any further discussion? Nicole, is that going to be a problem?
I can't really hear Alan. I can hear you, Bethany, but there's so much echo, I can't hear him from where he's speaking.
Okay, I'll repeat the motion. Alan made a motion to grant final approval, and I think he said specifically with the caveat that the exemption for the height would be taken at planning level.
No, that won't work because the height exceedance doesn't qualify for the exception that planning has control over. It only qualifies for the 2 that VAR has to approve of.
Okay, so you've now changed the what was said to us by you in the last hearing.
I think I didn't understand the differentiation between the fact that VAR, I thought you guys were asking just about what height exceptions were available within the ordinance that could apply to this, and didn't get the point that it was needed to only be something that the staff did.
Okay,
And normally we're in alignment, like, because then staff would be taking action. We generally don't like to take action that's not in alignment with what BAR would support. I mean, regardless of our ability to do it separately.
Well, this would not really fall into that, because if we approve this and make no action on the height exemption, then that doesn't fall into what you just said. We would have taken no action on that.
I think what Nicole is saying, Alan, is that planning would not be able to make the exemption because it's contravening the BAR action.
Then I have a question for both of you, and again, not to get it, I wish we had the board. There's so little area here that is above the exemption. And the guidelines say that we may make a change, or we may give an exemption.
Mhm.
What is it about, specifically for me, what is it about this that does not fit in your two minds that we could make this objection, other than the fact that we didn't take action on it last time? If it came to us right now today, think about the action we had last month. What are your objections to this small area? In my mind, it's almost going to be impossible to see it.
And to be able to tell that it was a grant.
Because the guidelines specifically say we may, if it's 5,000 square feet, then I'm saying, okay, I don't agree. But this is such a small area. I mean, when in your minds does the may and the guideline come into account?
I agree that it is a very small area, but the overall size of the house for me is very large. And I like to see it reduced. And the rest of the board seem fine with the size, but.
Yeah, Bethany, may I break in here on this?
Yeah.
If you'll take me to the elevation 2 drawings up from this. So that area, yeah, the area you circled, that can easily be clipped and fall right along that height line. And as Alan's stating, I don't think it's going to make any difference. And I think the owner would be okay with that, just to get through this process. If the board's not willing to allow for this exemption that's clearly stated in the ordinance, then I say we just clip the roof.
Tony, can you guys hear me? This is Ryan.
Yep.
So I'm the owner. I do feel like we're getting a little bit penalized because we've now gone through 2 different planners and the confusion in this. While I like the architectural design of the house having that point there, I think it just makes sense with the roof line. I would be willing to clip it just to get through this process and be done with it. I do, however, feel a little bit like we're being punished because unfortunately people have left their jobs.
Oh, meaning the planner. Okay, what do we want to do with it then? Do we make the exemption or we don't?
It appears the applicant's being punished.
Thanks, Ryan.
So Tony, you would clip just that one piece, right?
If that's what it takes for the board to give us a final approval, Ryan Gershenson, the owner, is in favor as well.
Oh.
I know, as Alan clearly pointed out, it's such a small area, it's less than 1%. I don't see how the board couldn't go ahead. It changes the architecture somewhat, but not to the point worth continuing the argument or the debate.
I can make the findings for the exemption only because I don't think it's fair that you have to come back to us with the understanding that staff could approve this and they can't. So I will agree to the exemption.
That makes sense.
Okay, did you guys catch that?
No, the echo is somewhat difficult, so it's
Yeah,
hard to
I
hear.
know.
Yeah.
We need to set this up in front of us next time. This is the first time we've done this, so the microphone is not catching everybody, and I'm the closest one to it.
And we all have masks.
And we all are wearing masks. So what Robin said was, she feels very strongly that, that the applicant's being penalized, because of the kind of the information received at the last hearing and the assurances that the project will move forward, and that now that doesn't appear to be the case, and that she's comfortable making the exemption. You want to make a?
I'll make a motion for preliminary final approval of this project. Which is,
Okay, and it's in the interest of good design is the exemption.
yes,
Yeah.
oh, not-
So Nicole, there's a motion to grant, and Robin is going to redo the preliminary action because that's where we take the exemption, and I don't want this project to get caught up in a process issue. So Robin has made a motion for preliminary and final approval, with the findings of the exemption specifically is the one in the interests of good design.
Okay, got it.
So that needs to be captured in our minutes, the text out of the ordinance, please.
Okay.
Okay, that was a motion.
I'll second.
Alan seconded, all in favor? Aye. You guys are out of here.
Thank you, board. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
that was one. And
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're
Hey, this is Nicole, just to let you guys know that you're muted if anyone is talking.
Can you folks hear us? I'm not hearing anything.
David,
Yes.
I can hear
Yeah,
you.
we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. We had a little technical difficulty with the microphone. We repositioned it and it cut out. Sorry to leave you in the land of silence.
We can hear
Okay.
you better now. So thanks.
Well, that's why we moved the microphone. So you should be able to hear all of us better. So I thought there were a couple of hands raised. David? I had Mark Shatillo and somebody else. Are there any hands up right now? Okay. All right, so reconvening, I had called item number 120 bar, 187 El Capitan beach improvements. Do we have a representative here for that?
Yeah, we have, hi, this is Shannon Reese. I'm the planner on the project, and we've got a number of people from State Parks here.
Okay.
Olivia Brunch is the architect, Jim Engelke's the project manager, Dina Bellman's the local planner overseeing portions of the project, and then we also have Debbie Waldecker. So I'll turn it over to, they had provided a kind of an abbreviated set for like the ease of presenting the project, as well as the full set with all the construction details. So they might want to start with the.
Well, what you should be seeing, let me just make sure that you are seeing it. Yep, you guys are seeing. This is the plan set that I have.
Okay.
And I have all the sheets. They were issued, they were submitted an individual instead of an, so I've got all the tabs open. So if we have a presenter here, if you guys could present fairly quickly, because we've kind of gotten very behind.
I would have, hi, this is Jim Engelke, project manager. I'm going to turn this over to Olivia Brunch. He's the project architect from the Southern Service Center down in San Diego.
Okay.
Good morning, this is Olivia Brunch. This project is essentially consolidating and combining the existing entrance kiosk and office building at the entrance of El Capitan State Beach. The current issues is that, one, the kiosk is outdated, not ADA compliant, and the office is just very outdated as well. And the problem with the kiosk is that the RV turning radius, the back of the kiosk roof line consistently gets hit by the RVs as they turn into the campground. So the kiosk is being
That would be
damaged.
down here. That would be down here. Or is it as on the entrance road?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
On the plan on the screen, you're talking about this area right here.
Right, it's roughly, the existing kiosk is roughly in that area where the back corner of the roof gets damaged.
Yeah, this
Okay.
is the proposed site plan. So the two existing buildings are sort of consolidated into one and centralized. So this
Right.
isn't showing where it's getting hit now, but.
Right, and so this is the new proposed building
Correct.
floor plan? Okay. And I'm just kind of going through the plans here because I don't have them in much of an order. Here's the kiosk elevations. And this is in keeping with your parks, the style book for the park?
Right, there's a few, actually several newer buildings that have been constructed since the original buildings were there, that they're all in this similar style.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm hijacking your presentation.
One of the questions last time was about the column width, and and why they needed to be narrow like that. And I think Olivia can weigh in on this, but it was because that's how the other buildings in the park were. So they were trying to keep that consistent element.
Okay, because that's what, it said, very nice plan, simple and straightforward, beef up posts on the proposed building to a larger size, perhaps 8x8 or larger instead of 6x6. Provide more information on the light fixtures and demonstrate dark sky compliance. Looks good overall. Board appreciates the work put into the presentation. Return with a color board, and you should address tree protection during construction. So you want to speak to the posts and, well, as you just said, it's in keeping with the other buildings on the site, correct?
Correct. They're all 6x6 posts.
Okay. Eat that one. Yeah, this is your very detailed set. Which sheet am I gonna find? Okay, here's your details. Oh, where did it go?
There's a really nice like colored rendering that has all the materials shown and also the light fixtures that they chose that are fully shielded, fully cut off. That was in the consolidated set that I had uploaded.
Right.
And I have that. Oh, there you go. You're getting closer.
Okay, this looks like a planting plan. Okay. And that's irrigation, electrical.
Yeah, there's 113 sheets, which I had uploaded the full set with all those sheets, but I made a revised, like a condensed version in consultation with the applicant that I had uploaded as well, because there's just so much going on.
Okay, so it looks like S1, S12, S13. Let me, okay, and sorry, I'm just getting them open. I'm looking for the lighting. And Shannon, could you tell us what this project is here for? I was looking at the agenda and I don't see an action.
It's for prelim and final both.
There it is, found it.
Okay, good.
Okay. Well, they certainly have a set that's ready for. I'm not seeing, okay, so maybe the lighting is in the images.
Olivia, can you comment as to the sheet for lighting information?
Yeah, if you could tell me which sheet that's on, that'd be excellent.
It's, I believe it's E. Oh, I just lost my thing. It's on the electrical sheets towards the end of the set.
E1 and E3.
I believe E.
There we go. Maybe this is it. Site plan. This is where your fixtures are. We're mainly interested in the exterior fixtures. Okay, so let's try E3. That one. That's the same plan. I'm not seeing any information on the fixtures.
I have it from the abbreviated set here that I had uploaded. If you want me to share it.
Well, I'm going off what was uploaded in box.
Yeah.
I have.
Okay, that is what I uploaded. I don't know if there was some sort of misunderstanding. That because all of the sheets were condensed into a single file. I don't know where this middle is coming from.
Yeah, because I have most of them are. I have 23C 2.7 site plan, 31C 3.7 grading and drainage, kiosk floor plans and plat work, kiosk reflected ceiling plan, kiosk exterior elevations, 2 sheets, interior elevations and enlargements, 2 sheets, building sections, architectural details, I have 4 sheets for that, kiosk planting plan, kiosk irrigation plan, and then I have several sheets labeled, one labeled EO-1, E3-1, S1-1, S1-2, S1-3, S2-1, S2-2. And I'm
But
not seeing the,
Yeah, what I uploaded to Jonathan on July 6th was the El Capitan full plan set with details, which is 113 sheets, and then the condensed El Capitan plan set for C-Bar with photos. So,
I do have 3 photos.
okay, I'm not sure what happened, but they prepared a colorized sheet that was in their C-Bar submittal, and part of that condensed set that I submitted that has the only exterior light fixture shown, and it's kind of a wedge shaped fixture, an aluminum wall sconce that's wedge shaped, dark bronze.
I think I just saw it on the picture.
-0.1 has the lighting schedule.
This one?
There was a cut sheet I think I just saw. It showed you, it was in the bottom left of the screen. You went through it about 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago.
Just looking real quick. That's the planting. This is irrigation.
That's the sheet.
Okay,
You scrolled past it.
I did.
Yeah, sheet E0.1, lower left corner.
This one?
Yes. So the
Okay.
schedule on the lower left.
And I think what Bethany wants to see is the detail of it that demonstrates that it's.
The detail is farther down in the set. I think E3.
Hold on a second, let me zoom back out. That's the existing, this is the proposed. And looks like, where's the exterior light shown? Maybe it's not on that sheet.
One of the pages we just looked through 5 minutes ago was in the lower left of the screen.
Yeah, if you scroll down a little farther, there's the next.
There it is, right there.
Yep, lower left.
Right there. Okay.
Where is the light source in that fixture?
And what is a solid material and what is kind of plastic or glass or whatever?
So this detail does not seem to reflect what is actually called out as far as the wall mount light fixture, the exterior. The one that is called out in that schedule is fully shielded and fully cut off.
Is it possible for me to share what I uploaded on July 6th? I don't know if it's maybe not the set that
Didn't get into
got
box.
distributed, but it is what the applicant submitted and what I docketed.
Why don't we put it into the box?
She gave it to Jonathan, but it's not in the box for our meeting.
Shannon, did you upload it yourself?
I uploaded it to Box, shared it with Jonathan, and had a conversation with him about transferring it when he created the files for CBAR. And he had confirmed that he would.
Is this the only issue we have with this? Okay, as, if indeed they upload something that corrects this, even though it wasn't made public, I think we could do the same thing again. We could make a conditional approval, punt it to planning, give somebody that objects another shot at it. But it looks like they're correcting anything that we would have a problem with. So to keep in schedule and to keep where we don't.
Shannon, show us what you've got.
Yeah.
Sure thing. I will share my screen.
Go for it. David's giving you access now.
Okay. Oops. You guys can see me? Or let me try one more time. Yeah, okay. Here we go.
Now it's going.
So can you see that wall?
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's what the planning commission approved as well, and what's been shared publicly throughout. That's the only exterior light fixture. And then you could see this sheet, which is also part of the planning commission approval, shows the cement board color, the stone veneer. Obviously the rendering color is a little bit off, but it's to match what's existing in the park throughout. But that is the light fixture that they're using and what was reviewed by the planning commission.
Okay, my suggestion is this: let's go ahead and make the preliminary action, and we will say that it's final on consent. The applicant doesn't need to be here. We just need to make sure that there's coordination and that the correct plan sets are uploaded. And then we'll go ahead and make that our comments. You know, the minutes for today would just read that due to an issue encountered in the submittal and uploading into box, and to facilitate public comment on all the plans, that this will return final on consent. The applicant does not need to be present, because what we're going to do is we're going to confirm that what's in box is the plans that showed what you're saying here. And make sure you upload this plan, the one we're seeing. So hearing support,
Will do.
Coordinate with you, Shannon, and we'll make sure that that gets in there. And just upload the same set, except make sure that the electrical plans have the correct fixture.
Is that a motion?
I would so move.
Second.
Alan seconded. All in favor? Aye. Yay. Okay, so you folks can go ahead and continue on with your process as far as any other submittals of building safety, whatever. So item number 2, 22-121 Santa Barbara West Coast Farms Process Building.
Hi there. It's nice to meet you all. My name's Sean. I'm a newly assigned planner here. And I believe we do have the agent present. He should be there in person with you. His name is Kayvon.
Yes, he is here.
Awesome. And I think we have all the plans uploaded in the box file.
Okay. Just getting there. Close that. Okay. I'll share my screen just a second. I'm just getting them all. It looks like we had some public comment letters.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
may I humbly make a suggestion that
sure.
you very quickly tell the public what our purview is here.
Yeah, I'll do that. Let me just get my sharing going here. Thanks, Alan. All right. That's this one. Okay. So this is the project plan set that was submitted. I have 3 public comments, the letters. This one's Diane Pence. This one is from the law office of Courtney Taylor. And this one is from Teresa Riley, a Bealton resident. So we'll get to those in just a second. I think we've all read them. The board members received these this morning, and we have all read the public comment letters. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have the applicant make their presentation. I'm going to come to the board if we have any quick questions of clarification, and then we'll call public comment, and we will ask each member of the public to please limit their comments to about 3 minutes. So we can move expeditiously through, and then we'll return to the board to make our comments and take any actions as appropriate. And I think the here for conceptual review. And I would just, I'll wait until right before I call public comment, and I'll go over what our purview is of this board.
Destiny?
Okay. Yes.
This is Nicole. Sorry, did you take public comment on the prior item?
Item 1, I don't believe I did. Did we have any members of the public? Anybody here to make a comment on item number 1? Thank you, Nicole. We don't have anybody here. Nope, I'm not seeing any hands.
Right, I'm not sure, just, so I do see we have a couple of people joining us via phone, so when the item comes up that you do want to publicly comment on, you have to hit *9 on your phone to raise your hand if you're joining us through your phone, and then eventually *6 to unmute yourself, but we'll get there. So, but just keep that in mind, *9 to raise your hand if you're joining us via phone.
And you need to make a public comment. All right. So, Sean, you are the planner with the county, or you're presenting the project?
Yes, my name is Sean Archbold. Very nice to meet you all. I'm a planner with the county. I believe the agent should be present in person to present the project, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Is there anyone in the meeting room?
Yes, there is. Do you have anything you need to add with regards to your memo or anything like that?
No, not particularly. Thank you.
Sir, you want to step up to the rostrum here, introduce yourself, and then go ahead and I will scroll through the plans as you're doing your presentation.
Good morning, board. So what we proposed here today is a 24,900 square foot processing building on a 73.3 acre parcel. If you zoom in there, you can see, I believe, that the processing building sits on the upper shelf. There's essentially, it may be kind of blurry on this image, but yep, on that upper shelf, that dot kind of indicates where the processing building is. Similarly located to our neighbors' buildings to the west, which is a horse ranch. They have 2 15,000 square foot horse barns on that site. If you scroll down, that's a visual representation of what we're proposing. As you see, it's kind of neutral colors. We brought on the architectural firm Taylor Lombardo. They're a winery architect out of Napa. They've done a lot of the projects all over California, the Peak Ranch, Presqu'île, a few other projects that you guys probably know of. But there's a visual representation of what the site would look like when traveling westbound. That's with the new proposed landscaping, along with existing landscaping that was installed as a part of the previous land use permit that's already been issued. If you zoom in on that upper photo, you get a kind of a visual view of where that building sits on that top of shelf, right there. But yeah, if you scroll down, you can see the view traveling east as well. As you see, it's got a pretty plush landscape screening that's been designed by our landscape architect, Aaron Carroll. He's actually on today. I'll probably pass it over to him to speak to what we're proposing in terms of landscape design. I believe he's logged in with Zoom if you want to take him just to walk you through this slide.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, Aaron Carroll, landscape architect for the project. I'll kind of go over the landscape plan and turn it back over to Kayvon to go over building elevations. There's an existing entry off 246 eastbound. There's an existing gate there, and the new driveway will pretty much follow the alignment of an existing dirt road there. And that'll be California Gold driveway. As Kayvon mentioned, there is existing landscape screening along 246, which is that kind of green clouded area, number 21 there. That's a mix of oaks and other natives. I'm showing that as projected 5-year canopy size. Right now, the trees are pretty small because they're recently planted. We are proposing additional coast live oaks and valley oaks along the driveway, ornamental grasses as you enter the driveway. The main parking lot on the north side of the building would have probably island oaks and the finger planters there. And the red colored trees you see there is sort of a grove of probably Chinese pistache. And then you've got the back of house parking lot there to the west, which is more for deliveries, employees, etc. There is a employee, there's a plant list there. You might want to review that. And then those numbers there correspond to the plan. We've got an employee patio area that kind of captures the view towards the river.
On the back here?
Yeah, we got a fire pit, seating, shade tree, etc. there. The area in front of between the patio and where the shelf drops off down to the cultivation area, that would just be kind of an informal native meadow that we would probably mow down once a year, maybe irrigate it a little bit, but not too much. And we are also proposing a few more oak trees along the perimeter there. The entries would have pavers, and we've got gravel pathways kind of connecting throughout the site there.
What's this feature here?
That's just probably a Carapia lawn area for, a multi-use area where you could take your employees could take their dogs, or we could have special events there. Probably ginkgo trees around that lawn area, and then between the main parking lot and the service driveway, some olive trees there. So the landscape plan is obviously pretty conceptual at this point, but we're hoping to get positive feedback from you on that. And
okay.
I think that I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Aaron.
So here you can see the actual layout of the processing building itself. To the left is essentially all of the processing area. There's a few roll-up doors and a bathroom. And then to the right of the building itself is the employee break area. It has bathrooms, offices, conference table, a countertop for them to eat and things like that. And then you can tell that that opens up on the back side with glass windows that will capture the view of the hills in the distance and open up to that patio that sits back there. This shows this mezzanine area that looks down onto that break area that we just went over. There's a couple more offices upstairs, and it will basically just be office use looking down onto the break lounge. Here's a view of the building from 246, the southern view, or excuse me, that's the northern view. Or no, I believe that's the southern.
That's this side, yes.
Okay.
That faces the river.
This is kind of the roll-up door that kicks out to the side there.
And these are functional windows?
Functional in terms of.
Meaning they have glass in them and provide light to the interior?
I believe there'll be glass windows, but they'll be tinted glass so that light isn't coming outside. So this is the actual southern view that faces the river. You can see it's that large glass opening.
I think that's this one here, right?
Yeah,
So that faces the river.
Yeah,
So
to the right.
So this is the Highway 246.
Exactly.
And this is the opening into that employee area that Aaron was speaking to.
Exactly. And then there's going to be a patio out there, fireplace, and kind of a lounge.
And this is the one that faces the adjacent property to the west?
This actually, so this is where as you drive in, heading west, you'll see that'll be the view that you'll see kind of the side of the building. That's the side of the employee lounge.
This is the one that faces your neighbors to the west?
Yes.
Okay.
We tried to, be consistent with the area and keep it, kind of barn feeling, barn inspired. As you can see, it's, pitched roof looks very similar to what our neighbor's sports stable kind of looks like, with a little bit of a fresh face.
Okay. That's all the plans I have.
Yeah, that's it. We're here for conceptual, just to hear your guys' feedback.
All right, so we're gonna go to public comment. So if you're online, I've got David Swank so far. Go ahead and start raising your hands for comments on this item. I believe I have a number of speakers here in person. So when I call your name, if you're here in person, please step up to the podium here and use your 3 minutes. What I would like to remind everybody of is our purview. We deal with the architectural, the buildings. We deal with their mass, the scaling, neighborhood compatibility, as well as in some ways site planning. We don't, and lighting, we don't deal with whether it's an allowable use, traffic, noise, events. That's not us. You can talk about that if you want, but it's not us. So if you would like to direct your comments to us, if you can kind of stay within our purview, that'll be helpful. Okay. Sharon Merritt.
Hi, I'm the neighbor to the
to the south. And having purchased my property, I'm very passionate about protecting the river and wildlife. So I would like to suggest regarding planting that only natives be used because this is close to the river. We don't need to spread non-native vegetation. I suggest coffee berry and toyon, which are not deciduous. Until the coffee berry and toyon come in, I suggest cottonwood because they're very fast and will at least provide protection from March through September, October, November, pretty good. And then as the coffee berry and toyon come in, and coffee berry and toyon are faster than coastline oak. And for the oaks, I suggest coastline oak because that's what's native to the area. Valley oak is not native, besides it's deciduous, it would be a waste. Well, they're lovely, but in terms of protecting the river. Then the next thing is, I didn't see anything about lights. And if there are external lights, I mean, that's really important, especially since it's going to impact the wildlife in the river. So I would like them to be low, not like 16, 20 feet, because that's not necessary. I would like them to be on motion detectors. And any other activities, any other facilities that are going to produce light again. I realize you're not noise, but to the extent that anything external to this building can impact wildlife, and by wildlife I mean both flora and fauna, that it be minimized to irrelevant.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. William Nico?
Perhaps I'm in the wrong place, I just realized what occurred to last. No physician has lived in the valley since 1940, with family here, and we live at 1400, which I was 46, which is about a quarter mile. We live at 1400 West Highway 246, which is about a quarter mile due east of this property, where we have cannabis now on both sides. And we're already impacted by the odor. I don't know if you can do anything when you're planning about mitigating the odor. It's an issue. This is winds, westerly winds blow right to us. And this facility now is to the west of us. We will be impacted more by the odor. The other thing that potentially more lethal to us is the traffic issue. And I don't know what you can do about it. Highway 246 is the main corridor down our lovely valley. And there's only one small stretch of 46 where the speed limit is 65, and this is it. 65 miles an hour, past this facility, past our home. In Colorado, when they legalized marijuana a decade ago, they experienced tripling of highway fatalities because of impaired drivers. Be naive to presume that the workers and heavy trucks going in and out of this facility won't be driven by some impaired drivers. My family will be on that highway. I don't know what you can do about traffic. Maybe you have no authority.
Can you point out your residence?
Yes. We are right there.
Right here?
Next row.
That one. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, David, you wanna?
Okay, so again, I'll call on you one by one. Again, if you're joining us by phone and you want to speak on this item, hit *9 on your phone. Our first speaker will be David Swink, to be followed by Mark Patillo. Mr. Swink?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, members of the board, David Swing with Urban Planning Concepts. I'm here actually representing two landowners that live directly to the north of this site. It's the Pence Vineyard, and directly west of that is the Sebastiano Vineyard. So I'm representing Blair and Diane Pence and John Wagner, who are the owners of those properties. The concerns that they have, I know the Pences have submitted a letter. Of course, their concerns of the project go back even before with the existing cultivation field and the odor issues that they do have on there. But what I'm here to discuss mainly is the first off, the massing of the project. I became aware of this several days. I just reached out to the planner just early this morning to get some more background information on the actual design. And but the first thing that I noticed is the massing of this building, which is not really consistent with a lot of the other development that occurs in this very heavily rural area. I do applaud them for hiring Taylor Lombardo Architects, who are a very good winery architect. I've worked with them before, but the issue I would have with that is that an architectural, you could try to make it look like a winery, but it isn't a winery. And the scale of the building is much larger than the wineries that we have accustomed here. So I would ask the board to be very concerned about that and to work with this applicant in terms of minimizing the impacts. Because we saw some rather mature vegetation renderings on this, but bottom line is what they're planting and what they planted previously is going to take many years to develop. And this building will have a very stark appearance on this site. It's very prevalent at the Pence Winery. Also directly to the west, we are currently working on a tier 3 winery on the Sebastiano vineyard. And that is going to be very stark in contrast to that winery, which are some of the prevalent agricultural uses in this area. So again, I would ask the board be considerate of these neighbors because that is going to be a major aesthetic block under the site. The Pence did make me aware of it. I don't know the extent of this, but one of the concerns that they asked me to convey is that the original cultivation project had a heavily landscaped project, and they had stated to me that a lot of the landscaping appears not to have been installed yet on that project. I'm going to work with the county to determine if that is in fact what has occurred. But I would want to make sure if this board could also investigate that the adequate landscaping on the previously approved project was in fact installed and it's being maintained, as well as take into concept what the landscaping that this project approves, because it's going to be very important to be able to shield this, because it's going to be very stark when it happens. And that would lead me just my other one is just the issue of the landscaping. This will be very visible when the Sebastiano winery comes online and existing to the Pence now, and and they would appreciate this board helping them in terms of making this as aesthetically compliant with the area as possible. And I'll work with the staff separately in terms of the odor issues that would be involved with this. And that really just concludes my comments.
Thank you, David. Mark
All right,
Chatillo,
our next speaker will be Mark Chatillo.
followed
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Mark Chatillo. It's been some years since I've greeted you, but I see everybody's doing well. Thanks for your good work. I'm here today on behalf of the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. And before addressing the processing building, I want the BIR to also note that the applicant is proposing to install an office trailer somewhere on the site. It's not specified. It'll be present for 3 years. And we would ask that trailer be identified, the siting and a visual representation be provided on the plan so that we can understand what is the totality of what's being proposed, at least for this 3-year period. So turning to the processing building, we were provided a different plan set. So this is a different design from what we had been looking at. The coalition itself, however, does support responsible cannabis industry members, responsible operators designed within the setting, scale, materials, design, and policies of the setting. And we feel like this project fails in every respect. As Mr. Swank mentioned, the scale is inappropriate for this setting. This is the identified in the community plan as being the gateway for the San Ynez Valley Community Plan area. It's also the gateway to the Santa Rita Hills AVA. And it is going to be a very prominent building. It's located closer to the roadway than the prior building had been located. That is the 3,000 square foot building that was approved along with a companion 3,000 foot storage building as part of the prior project and prior approvals. This one is 7 times larger and is going to have a very significant effect on that gateway componentry. The scale, mass and bulk is out of scale. The materials, there are clear story windows, and the other fenestration is going to create sort of a lighted portal effect. It's unclear the time of use for the structure and the level of activities and the events and things like that needs to be articulated within a comprehensive project description. We feel like the design is inappropriate. It's kind of imposing and abrupt. But most significantly, the siting is inappropriate. And we would ask the bar to consider directing the applicant to identify a different location on the site that's not so prominent from the public viewing place of the highway in order to mitigate and avoid those significant environmental and aesthetic impacts. Briefly, the policies in the San Ynez Valley Community Plan do require protection of the ag and rural character. The prominent valley view sheds are to be protected along with nighttime sky. The size and bulk of this project makes it highly visible from the public road in violation of policy 1. Development standard 1.1, minimize bulk of structures from public views, and development should be subordinate. But policy 1.3, structures shall not intrude into the skyline or be conspicuously visible from a public viewing place. We feel like story poles are necessary in order to be able to fully understand the articulation of the structure on the site. So we'd ask that your board consider imposing that. Our feeling is that, and I would add to just the lighting plan issue, there's been a number of good comments, and I would underscore Courtney Taylor's comments in writing to your board. The security elements for a cannabis facility do require additional lighting, additional fencing, and additional structures. Those should all be articulated on the plan and part of the project so that your board and the community can understand what will be those impacts. We don't think that the project can be found to be compatible, and we urge strident comments from your board imploring the applicant to find a more appropriate location for this facility on the site. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your consideration of our comments.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment for this item?
Possibly. Ms. Pence, I see that you are with us today. Did you wish to speak on this item?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Sorry, I haven't been on this before. Thank you all for this opportunity to talk with you today. And thank you also for the great work you do in keeping our community beautiful. As you know, we live and work across the street. And this project is just, the scope of this project is just out of scale with our community. And we kindly request that the board reject this proposal to build a 25,000 square foot industrial cannabis processing building. As Mark mentioned, this is located within the San Ynez Valley Community Plan, and it is the gateway both the San Ynez Valley and the Santa Rita Hills. There are numerous wineries and tasting rooms around this parcel, and there are also many small family homes and ranches. There are no other buildings of this size other than Industrial Way, where the industrial buildings are hidden way back from the main 246 thoroughfare. The barn that the owner mentioned that is west of this parcel on the horse farm is less than half the size, and it's set back well over 300 yards from the highway. This massive two-story building would be prominently perched on the parcel's mesa, directly at eye level, and is very close proximity to the 246 highway. It would consume most of that raised portion of the property, be visible from every direction, creating a glaring, obnoxious sight to our visitors to the Santa Ynez Valley and our wine region. in addition to the noxious odors they already produce. This is this pot factory that they're looking to build is more than 8 times the original approved project size. Another important consideration is that these San Diego-based owners have not complied with any of the original LUP conditions. We've gone through all these presentations and there is no presentable fencing. The landscaping that was mentioned is non-existent or very immature. The concern about the lighting for this size and scope of this building and the impact on night sky is just, would be very scary. And then I know odor is not your concern, but odor abatement is part of the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan, and that has not been adequate. They have been growing for 3 years with accessible odors and have also demonstrated very unattractive farming. And what I mean is, like last year, they only harvested half of their crop and left the remainder to rot in the yard. So lighting is an issue. This project is not consistent with our community, and it would be very detrimental to the residents and the businesses already existing there. And we ask you to please stop this work from moving forward and modify the scale. And possibly, as Mr. Chitillo mentioned, please locate it somewhere where it's not in everyone's face and it's not advertising this business. We thank you again for the work that you do. We appreciate you keeping our community beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So this is a public comment letter from Courtney Taylor. So I'm going to scroll through it. And everybody has an opportunity to read it. As I mentioned earlier, all three of us have reviewed these documents. All right, and we also had a comment letter from Teresa Riley. Who wants to start, board comments?
I have some questions.
Okay,
Excuse me, I was wondering what actually is on the parcel and what is approved from, that's on there from the previous approval? And will there be anything from the previous approval put it with this project?
Absolutely. So you want me to stand up?
You're talking a lot of.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So the landscaping was completely installed as per the previous land use permit and design that was approved by your board a few years back. The fencing is all completely installed, so it's completely fenced. Essentially, everything has been completed as a part of the previous landscaping and fencing plan that your board had approved. What we're looking to modify are, we had originally gotten approved for 6,000 square feet, 2 separate buildings, 3,000 square feet each. That were, if you kind of zoom in there, you can see where we had the story poles. It like kind of has the grass grown in. You see that little patch right there? That's where the story poles were situated. We're moving it now to where you see this right here. And it's obviously grown in size. It's not 8 times the size it is, 6 to 24 9, about 4 and change times larger.
Am I remembering correctly that the original building with the story pole was a 1-story building?
It was I believe it was 1 story, but we had the cupolas. Then we took out the cupolas, but I think it was around 30 feet, I want to say.
What's this new building?
This is around 40 with the cupolas. So this one does have cupolas as well. We think it kind of enhances the aesthetic. It's purely for visual element. It's not.
So not only is the building, I'm sorry to interrupt, but not only is the building larger in, I want to make sure I get this right, larger in square footage, it's also taller.
It is, I believe, slightly taller, yes.
Well, 10 feet. If you just said.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
But yeah, to answer your question, so the original landscaping has been installed, and then what we're proposing, what Aaron and Carol had just gone over, was the additional landscaping that we're essentially going to be putting into that upper shelf to add some more coverage, because it is pretty thin, and we think that we could, before we put a building, when we put a building up there, we want to put, more coverage to block any view.
And 2 other questions. One is, as I recall, you were one of our first projects and the lighting required by the Sheriff's Department hadn't really been determined. And so it was being sussed out. And so you were going to put in what you had to put in. And I was wondering if you put that in and how high it is.
So we did put that in, and yeah, we were one of the original projects that hadn't been sussed out at that point. What ended up being where that landed was the sheriff wanted lighting at points of entry. So all of the gates have to have a light. It's fully gated right now, and there's 3 lights on the property. They're 9 foot with a, excuse me, I believe it's about a 10-foot pole light. It's downward facing, night sky compliant light that you basically have to have at every point of entry for the property, because the sheriff wants to see what cars are.
And that is the sum total of all the lighting that's been installed today.
That's been installed.
Okay.
And then
they're all motion activated.
And then the second part was, you had an odor abatement trench apparatus, and I was wondering if that's been put in.
It's installed as per your guys' design requirements. We were required to paint it black, and it's essentially on the lower shelf, so it sits about 30 foot below the highway grade. It's not visible from, unless you're looking down, but it sits on that lower shelf, and it wraps exactly. If it goes about, it's about 1,800 feet, I believe. I'm kind of going off memory. It's been a while since we installed it, but it wraps around and then it goes down to.
Sits on top of the fence.
Down to the west, or excuse me, east.
Yep. Okay, thank you. All right. Comments? You want to start, Robert?
Sure.
Yeah,
Or Alan? Okay.
I need to, even though we have time to look at this, I've still got to wrap my head around the fact that this building is substantially bigger. And even though you've done mitigation to keep it in the past, to keep the view down from neighbors, this is substantially higher and substantially bigger than it was before. And I don't think you can stand behind the fact that what we required you to do when you had the original story pole building will be adequate now to block that building. And I didn't see very much more what you were doing. If you could go back, is there any way going back to the landscape?
Yeah.
Plus, as I remember it, I don't think that we really kind of shy away from using landscaping to block things. I mean, I can hear fucking my ear right now. Giving me that, telling me that. What is the relative height? The building is 40 feet high. What's the relative height of this vegetation in front of it?
So the cupolas are, I believe, if you could.
What's your ridge line?
And I'm going to just pull it up so I don't misstate that for you. There should be.
This says, top of ridge, 40 feet, 1 inch. That's this ridge here.
Okay.
Tell me,
And the monitor with the monitor roof, that what he's calling a cupola is 46.9.
I'm not really sure about that. You got a pretty good, the cupolas are a very small percentage of that total ridge line.
Yeah.
So show me, Bethany, do me a favor, you don't plan this better than I do. Show me with that picture that when you just had, show me where the top of the vegetation is going to be that's going to try to hide this building. And will I live long enough to see that?
That's the vegetation that's proposed. This is the prior installation, and I think you saw in the pictures, it hasn't reached very much height at this time. And then this is the additional.
How high is it to my eye? This is where I need your help on that.
Well, these are trees, and if I remember correctly, this has primarily.
There's a lot of oaks on that.
But it's you know, it's worth going out on site, I think.
I think we need story. I have it written down here from my notes at home. I think we need story pole on this. To me, this is a different project.
Yeah. Okay.
I definitely agree. We need story poles. This is a massive structure. And one of the reasons for the approval of the last structures is because they were broken up and we put them in a way that they weren't so visible from 246. And I'm concerned about light transmission from those large windows facing south towards the river. And I really think that landscaping can't be a mitigating factor here. The building really needs to be designed so that it fits the site and is not so prominent.
Is that it? Okay, I have a number of bulleted items here. The first one was the site visit and story polls. I concur. I think that needs to happen for the next meeting. I also agree with Robin's and Alan's discussion in the previous project. The buildings were kind of in this area, and they were broken up and everything else. So I have misgivings about having this, strong misgivings about having this building considerably closer to 246. Again, as mentioned before, screening isn't really, we don't take that into consideration so much as, you know, the building needs to stand on its own. It needs to be designed well and to comply with all of the applicable ordinances on its own merits. And we're making our findings based on that. You know, the screening planting, that's the icing, that's the cherry on the cake. So that's it. In the next time you return, I'd like to see locations for all of the security lighting or other features, including any additional fencing required, pole lights or anything else that is going to be required by the sheriff's department. We've gone through several iterations of what that actually looks like on the ground with lots of different projects. And this one was the original, the previous iteration was one of the first. However, they've kind of settled down, and there are some other projects along this 246 corridor where certain types of very high lighting was required. I'm going to be very interested in seeing how you comply with that and how it can be minimized in as much as possible. And again, we're looking for dark sky compliance and everything else. I understand security lighting has it's a different animal, but that's what we're going to be pushing you for. I'd like to see you include where the trailer is going to be, in as much as you know where that is.
So the trailer was actually also issued.
Well, I just need to get my comments and move on.
Oh, sorry.
Right, no problem. As far as the plant palette, there are, I think one of the public speaker mentioned not using, please don't rely on non-natives. And she spoke to the fact that she'd like to see a lot of native, and then she made a distinction between valley oak and the live oak. And I think what she was talking about is endemics to this area. I think that in as much as that's possible, that would be nice. But I think this is, the plant palette's gonna undergo some changes and over the course of this whole thing. And I think the other items are of primary importance right now for me. And that's my comments. Nicole, did you get all that?
I think so.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I asked this last time too. We're concerned about light pollution,
Mhm.
but we have no, I just want to make sure in mind, we have no jurisdiction over odor pollution.
Yeah, that's not within our purview.
Okay.
It's not part of our deal. It's the aesthetics of it. Whatever's proposed, the aesthetics do become a part of, what we're looking at, because it's included as the project, but where it is, to what extent, and where it's placed, that's not our bailiwick. Okay, so I'd like to move to item number 3. That concludes our, there's no approval, there's no action taken conceptual.
Just move back to another conceptual.
Yes, I think we need to see this at conceptual again, and I think we need to schedule a site visit at that time.
And can we have a storyboard plan included? with
That
the
way,
storyboard?
your planner will coordinate with you, and they'll ask you to provide a storyboard plan for the site visit.
Okay.
Basically, what we want is, we're gonna want, this is not the best plan to, let's see, no, other way. Sorry. Let me scroll out here. We're going to be interested in the side that faces 246, which is this side. So we'd want these corners and potentially the ridge. And then we'd want these 2 corners, these 2, and these 2. And potentially, definitely ridge poles on the 246 side. It'd be nice to have them on these ends as well, but the corners of the building are the absolute minimums.
And that's actually installed for the next, for your review.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, that would be, we'd have that at the site visit.
I'm going to modify level. I think we should require the ridge poles.
Okay,
That's substantially higher than better.
so all 3 story poles on this end, this one, and this one. And we can infer these in the corners, but all the ridges, each of these ends of these appurtenances, if you will, should have all 3 story poles Corners and Ridge.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. We're gonna take a 5-minute break. And we'll be right back.
What time are you here for?
Yeah, Brian Zamp, I'm here.
Oh,
Item number 6.
Oh, okay.
Village minutes.
Oh, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, sure. First one in person. So,
Yeah, I mean, we're still.
yeah, it's always. We kind of got used to Zooms and now we get used now, maybe go back to the hybrid.
Yeah, you know what, though, I think that it's good for them to.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Should check the agenda to see what's Cameron's project.
That wasn't as bad as it could.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
What's the yours?
Make this complicated.
Yeah, we did. Okay. We're back. I'm gonna call item number 321 bar 155. Rancho de Zo, Alma Rosa Winery. Do we have an applicant here for that?
Yes, this is Josh Nieves, representing this project. Brett Jones is our planning consultant. Am I sharing my screen or were you going to share? I can share if that's easiest. Okay.
I've got it right here. I just need to get it up. All right, there we go. I think that's it.
All right. So you may recognize this project. We came to you for conceptual review back in, I believe, September of 2021, where we got approval from the board. Since then, there has been some minor changes to the interior footprint of the building based off an adjustment from the winemaking group, where they wanted to include some sparkling wine. So we have reconfigured the interior a bit, and it had some minor adjustments to the exterior, but we've worked to maintain the same architectural character, material, and general siding of the building. So yeah, you can see these.
The comment
Yes?
from last time, the project is well conceived and executed. See bar to verify with planner whether a site visit is required. I think that had to do with the size
Okay.
of the structures and the total. So it looks like you're at about 15,000 feet, and I think that's right about where a site visit is required. Okay, I'll drill into that. You continue, please, sir.
Okay. Well, if you see these renderings here, they're much like as we showed in conceptual, where the building is set to the southern side of the front lot. A few different angles showing it. The design character is the same. It's, you know, two agrarian style barns rotated from each other in a connecting a flat roof between the two buildings. So yeah, this is the site plan. The overall parcel on the left, but really what matters is on the right, which is zoomed in to the zone where we're showing the building. The building is set as close as we can get to the southern hillside while still maintaining access around it. And, you know, we've rotated the larger of the two buildings so that the shorter face is what is viewed from Santa Rosa Road to minimize the visual impact of the building. We also, you know, we're indicating roof heights and everything. We're just below the threshold of the roof heights. Here's the floor plan layout. The only thing that is different is where we used to have kind of a side saddle on the right of the two buildings, that has been consolidated into the southern portion of that barn.
And this part is not part of the building. This is the crush pad, right?
That's the crush pad, yeah. And there's some dash lines indicating where the actual crush pad itself is covered by a flatter roof. That's that, yes.
Okay.
So we have all the mechanical equipment and access on the rear, so none of that is visible from Santa Rosa Road. The only two-story component really is the office space, which is on the north side right there. Yeah. Then this is the entry gate, which, like the rest of the building, is a very simple agrarian style gateway with, you know, naturally weathered steel.
And are you proposing to add this fencing element here?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's up or not. That was being handled by the winery. That's just a deer fence for the vineyard. Here's some elevations with some material swatches to the left. Very naturally aged, weathered materials for the building. So for the most part, you know, just weathered steel with some accent points of maybe some black painted steel at window openings. On the next page, there's a little bit easier to read, more rendered views of the elevations, also taking into account the proposed landscaping. So the first one on the top left, that is the north face. That would be facing Santa Rosa Road. This view is as if we're standing in the vineyard. And then the other three views are just taken from, you know, the other sides of the project.
There we go.
Yeah, it looks like it's loading a little slow, but there we go. I see it now too.
Slow rendering.
That's fine. And we have the same material swatches down at the bottom there for more clarity on what we're looking to do. It's very simple material palette.
And this is the equipment area here on the south elevation?
Yeah, that's just the equipment area. So this is the south side. So right behind us is where the hill starts to kick up behind us. If you look through the center crush pad portal, you'd see the vineyard in the front portion of the site, and then way back would be Santa Rosa Road.
Okay.
Lighting plan is very
Slow load?
similar to what it was before. So all down lighting, no light being shot up into the sky, step lights where possible, and then some recessed high bay lights in the crush pad that are also just facing downward.
That's these?
Yes, that's those, yes.
This is your step light, and this
The
is
step light.
your,
Yeah, those are wall mounted mono points. That would always be facing down.
okay, and it looks like there's quite a few. Is that what's shown here?
Yeah, that's along that mechanical yard, just to provide some light in the mechanical yard on the south side of the building.
And then looks like C is here, but it's also here, and along this front elevation, or is that interior?
That's all interior. Yeah, that's running along like the catwalks where the fermenting tanks would be. So
Exterior, you have the A fixture, that downlight, adjustable one here.
Yep.
And that's outside. And then it looks like you've got two on this door, one here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 along this facade, and then several along this facade as well.
Mhm.
And then this door has 2, and it looks like you got one on the corner. Is that for this door?
that would be for that door. Yeah, it's a light for each door for
Sure.
so you know where the door is.
Okay, and what, could you speak to the purpose for these along here and here?
Those just add additional lighting to the crush pad when, at least the ones that are on the right, they would just add additional lighting to the crush pad during harvest if they're working at night and they need to spill a little bit beyond the designated crush pad zone. I could see us reducing those lighting fixture counts though if you have concerns about excess lighting.
We'll get there in a minute. I was
Okay.
just making a question as we were going. Come on. Okay,
These are just precedent images, just for getting you a sense of building character and material choices.
sorry, it's taking a while to load.
That's fine.
And
These next few pages that you're getting into right now are the landscape sheets. I believe Scott Dominguez there he is. He should be on. He can talk you through these.
Yeah,
hey, Scott.
I'm here. Hi. So yeah, starting along Santa Rosa Road, we've located some additional oak trees there. Those are coast live oaks. It'll help sort of buffer the views, I think both from the winery and then out to the road. And then on either side, as you enter the property of the gate there, just indicating some low native grasses and ground covers. And then as
And then that's the dark poche, or does that include this lighter?
Yeah,
here?
the dark poche would be more of the, I guess, designed plant material. The other poche, which is that large space your Kirsch over, is more of just a naturalized open pasture that we would maintain.
And then you pick up with, are these also grasses continuing?
Yep,
along
so
here?
as you get closer to the winery along that driveway, we would again pick up with some more design plant material, sages and deergrass and manzanitas along the driveway there.
Okay, and that's these, and then these.
Yeah, so
look
those
like-
circles there, those are olive trees that we've created to help buffer the creek there, and just sort of an added design feature as you're approaching the winery. So it's sort of top of bank of the creek.
Okay,
Right, and then, yeah, so as approaching the winery, we have again proposed some additional trees to sort of accent the building. Along that creek side again, we've enhanced the planting and provided screening to the adjacent property. So there are existing sycamores in there. We've added some more sycamores as well as, toyons and lemonade berries, and understory planting along that edge. And then as we move south, we're showing where our parking is, the overflow parking. Again, have added some more oak trees and native plantings to the south side there as we come up along that hillside slope, and added and tied into the existing vegetation that's there now. And then moving from the parking towards the winery, we have a meandering pathway. And that's proposed as a decomposed granite. There are those sort of stone kind of accent strips within that pathway that's all at the same level, but just sort of a small kind of hardscape design texture change as you walk along that pathway, and can access the winery there. So that does wrap around the building to the north. And then we do have a small sort of patio located along that backside to the north of the crush pad. And then looking out beyond is a native meadow. So large kind of native open space there. And we are showing where the proposed leach field would be. And so that would just provide sort of a foreground looking out towards the vineyard there. And there are some spotted oak trees within that space as well. And the circulation continues around to the east side, and connects to that sort of accessory road that wraps around the building as well.
okay.
And that concludes the landscape.
Okay.
Yeah, the next sheets are all civil design sheets, mostly showing the road construction and the driveways around, parking lots and crush pad materials. There's a number of these sheets.
What is your material for the road, and then the parking areas?
So for the primary road, that is an asphalt drive. And then as it wraps around the southern portion, I believe that was concrete that slides into the crush pad as well.
This is the asphalt here?
Well, that portion on the west and north side we're proposing a chip seal roadway, since that's a little bit more visible.
And this, the drive in, is that?
That's the asphalt drive to ensure that there's no dust kick up for the vineyard.
And the overflow parking here? I assume that's what this is? That's the same as
That's
this,
all weather.
and
Yeah. So that would be the all weather chip seal.
chip seal, okay? This is just this is drainage plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. Sorry, it's taking so long to load.
Yeah, it's okay. There's a lot of information on a lot of these sheets.
So this looks like waste, yep.
Yeah, so process waste, domestic waste, and all that. All set underground, so shouldn't be visible.
Just the entire site.
Yeah, it's the entire site. Really what we're focusing on is, the top left corner.
What's OWTS? Looks like more waste information. Yep.
Yeah, no, I believe that's what that is.
Yep.
And then some
so that's
details.
the end of the drawing. Okay. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Board, do you have any very quick questions for clarification?
I do, just a really quick one. Are there any changes to the building since we saw it last time?
Yes, as I mentioned, there was if you go to the floor plan, I can try and show you. But on the east side building, the one that is on plan, kind of oriented top to bottom on the page, when it gets uploaded, we had kind of a side saddle building portion. I think it's further up. Sorry. Yeah, that's good enough. So on to the right side of the screen, where you see all those barrels in the barrel room, we had an additional kind of appendage on that east side for additional barrels after the winemaking team came to us and said that they wanted to have the opportunity for a white scent riddling space. We absorbed that. That's what that building is, or the portion of the building is to the south of the main barrel room. We absorbed kind of that side portion into the main primary gable structure. So we actually simplified the building in doing so.
And then you mentioned, I know that there's a revised driveway and there's similar lighting, and you showed us those changes, and so no other changes? And landscaping details.
Yeah, those would be the only changes. Some landscaping, the footprint of the building as I described.
Thank you. Alan, you have any questions?
Nothing at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay. Do we have any public comment? Okay. Who wants to start? You want to start, Robin?
Sure. I don't really see a big difference from the last time. It seems like we've consolidated the structure more. The landscaping looks good. And the driveway seems appropriate. So I have no issues. I think it looks good.
Okay. Alan?
Nothing more to add, I think.
Yeah, I don't have any comments either. I think it looks it's a very well put together proposal. So it's here for preliminary. Somebody'd like to make a motion?
I make a motion for preliminary approval of the project.
Okay, Alan seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you very much. When you return, you're going to need for final, of course, you'll need further detailing and a few other things, and the landscape will need some detailing, I'm sure, and to complete their wellow and those kinds of things. As far as your color board, you're going to need to submit a physical color board. It can be submitted after final approval, but you should go ahead and make it up. You should prepare that color board and then take a picture of it and make it part of your submittal. The picture, the digital picture, taken in natural light if at all possible. And if you can use the actual samples, the actual paint chip and that kind of stuff that you can actually put it on the board, that would be great. And it looks like you have identified pretty much everything. Just make sure that, I mean, you don't really have trim per se. The only exit is that the doors and windows. And where does this occur? The middle? Did I miss
Well,
that?
if you look up to the top left, there's there's some, wherever there's doors and windows, the infill panels between glazing.
Okay.
That's where we have that.
Okay. All right, well, that's great. So if you just put that together, your actual sample board and, you know, identify the colors. And then if you could also do the same thing, like this painted steel, you know, make sure it has on the plans, this is as good a sheet as any, elevation, so on and so forth. You can identify, you know, all the colors and materials. Typically people put it on the elevation with the call outs, you know, for
Understood. Yep.
specific color of paint and all that. You're gonna need those for final. The only comment I did have is the lighting plan. I'd like to see you only have one light at each of the doors. Because especially, it's loading, sorry. This one here, I know you got a balance, but this is the elevation that's facing Santa Rosa Road. I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you have a problem with the two? Okay, and as you mentioned, if you could take a look at the number of fixtures you have in here. And have just what you kind of need. I'm not sure what's happening in this area, but you're familiar with the project. So take a look at those. That'd be my only comment is the lighting. So, but you have your preliminary approval.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Item number 4, 22 bar 104 Efron single family dwelling. Brett? This looks like your
Yes.
project.
Yeah, I think Tony should be on to present this one as well.
Okay, perfect. Let me pull it up. Oh, that's not it. Here we go.
Did we have a skip from the Hudson River? I'm sorry. Hello.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
No, Tony, that we've got a new agenda. You maybe didn't get it, a revised agenda. So we're
No, I did not, but I'm here. No problem.
Yeah, this is item number 4. Sorry, I've got the next agenda. So, yeah. So you're up.
Shall I do a screen share on my end? I prefer.
I know you would, but they want me to do it so that I can stick to
Okay.
the.
All right, great. So let me get up to speed here with you. There is a site plan with some site photos. That'd be sheet A1.
Okay, it's taking its own sweet time.
Just want to give you a sense of the rural nature of the site. Hello, by the way.
Hello. Hello. I'm just waiting for it to catch up with me so I can move it. Sorry.
I understand.
This is the county's laptop, so I'm going to say it's their fault. Here we go.
Yeah, so it would be a previous page there, Bethany, with site photos.
This is what I've got. Unless this is site photos.
No, it's on my sheet 1. If the set that was submitted is available to the board.
This is what I've got.
Yeah, I see that there's no page number there, so I don't know if you can regenerate the page or that set of drawings. I just wanted to set things in context to location.
Yeah, these are the sheets I've got. That's the first one in the set. And then I have this one, which looks like it includes an aerial of the site.
Okay, well, I typically like to start with site photos, and it doesn't appear as though that the set that was submitted.
I saw the site photos when I reviewed it, so I know they're there. Okay.
That's why I say that maybe the size of that particular file, it takes time to regenerate.
It would have been first. It's loading it as the first page.
Yes, right.
I've got.
This is probably a good time to remind all of the planners and the applicants that your files are supposed to be 15 megabytes or less. Not sure how big this one is, but I'm guessing by how long it's taking these to load that we've got a few that are too big.
Yeah. Tony, this is what I've got. I've got that first sheet, and then I've got this one. And then it looks like it moves into the plans.
Yeah, that may be helpful there. This project is adjacent to the earlier project that we reviewed, the Gershenson project. So
Okay.
if the board recalls, it's of similar nature in that we have a very restrictive building envelope which can be viewed in that particular slide or image. So we're building along a very tight ridge line, which in large part, the building envelope is based on the all the oak trees and native plantings that exist there. So we've had some challenges in getting the appropriate buildings and so forth within that building envelope, and that's represented by the bold dashed line there that you see. So if you can move to the previous drawing, it'll show our plans. There you go. So just above the sheet tile, the proposed site plan, you'll see the main house, which is represented there almost as an elongated H shape with the detached garage off to the right. You can see the label there. Yes, So we've got an existing dry well that was drilled and installed some years ago. So we've got to be cognizant of that location. And then heading north, yes, so as you move your cursor further north, we've got a planned ADU, again, along the ridge. Yes, So that'll be a 1,200 square foot structure. Pardon me for a moment. And then continuing further up, Bethany, the road becomes sort of a dashed line, and there's a ag equipment storage building there, with also the potential for some water storage tanks for our fire protection plan, just above the word barn.
Okay, right there. I see him.
Yes, that's right. So from the main house, primarily, there's some terrific views, either to Grass Mountain to the north on this sheet, as well as sort of a northeast direction, maybe at a 45-degree angle from where that pool is.
Yeah.
So we've got some spectacular views in that direction, as well as from believe it or not, from that garage, it opens up. It's a slightly lower elevation. So then we can move forward. I can kind of review a quick review of the preliminary grading plan that we've worked through. It should be this sheet here.
You know, in the interest of speed, I could just follow along and Tony,
Yes.
why don't you go ahead and share your screen? Don't show us anything that's not in this plan set. So
Yeah,
please
okay.
don't show us that.
I think the pictures are.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, if you'll enable me to share, I'll go through a
I
screen.
think he just did. I think he just did.
All right. Yeah, hopefully this helps. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yep.
All right, so again, this being the main entryway, there's a meandering driveway that comes up to what is the ridge along this. This pretty much defines our ridge in our view lines. Let me know if I need to zoom in, if to what extent we need to really.
That was Yeah, that's pretty good right in there.
Yeah, so we're following, this is the existing undefined roadway. We're going to drop it down below the residence and stick within the building envelope. So there's some challenges there. Our garage, detached garage, which will have some personal use space off the back, maybe for yoga studio or workshop out the back. And then moving to the north, again, following this tight building envelope, we're locating the ADU. Some limited views due to the oak tree canopy that's here, but there's some wonderful views to the west. This is our prescribed hammerhead for the fire department, and then onto the equipment storage barn and water storage tanks. Okay, first floor is the main house. You know, due to the conceptual review, we've made some changes along the way. The house continues to evolve, but the basic footprint of the structure will remain the same. We'll have some parking here due to the fact that we've got a detached garage there. We want sort of a everyday parking, if you will, up to the house. It's terraced in that this elevation is 3 or 4 feet lower than the main entry. The residence itself, the finished floor, will be all at the same elevation, including the area of the pool and this covered outdoor porch area. This is an inset view of a very limited basement / wine cellar. Our current plan is to eliminate this heavy structure out front and just literally have a storm cellar door access that has a hydraulic lift or something, just easy and convenient. Whoop. Okay, here are elevations and some suggestions as to what the inspiration of materials might be. This is a close-up of more using this image as a building profile, if you will. You know, not necessarily that the building would be black, but maybe a darker brown color that meets this photo. Our lighting element would be a simple and more of a columnar / tube lighting, strictly downlight, as we know with the nighttime skies. This photo here suggests a possibility for some stone veneer. We want this nice, clean horizontal line. So there'd be some stone veneer that matches sort of a native stone that's can be seen on the site. This photo is kind of indicative of, you know, gravels and possibly DGs. We don't see any grass or lawns, anything that's, you know, has a high water demand won't be on this site. We're going to strictly with native grasses and so forth. This here is the rear elevation, or to the north, where we have large sliding glass doors, coverage for the intense sun. And this is our entry portal between the two buildings. Further elevations, this is the front elevation. And again, you know, keep in mind that we've made some refinements here. There won't be this wall that's represented here. We're going to simplify that and have maybe a battered lid that is an entrance into that lower space. And because of terrific views, we want to maximize our fenestration as much as possible in those directions. So that's what, you know, for now, this is a developing concept and idea, but there will be a fair amount of glass here and there along these elevations. Typical building sections, we're going to hold to a 9-foot high ceiling line, but the profiles in each of our structures is the same at 6 and 12. Keeps us well under the building height. Here's that section showing what the wine cellar and again, we'll simplify this here. Here's some renderings, just trying to give a sense of what the color scheme may be. As we've talked about before, colors are hard to represent, so I think this should give you a fair idea. keeping this long and horizontal, try to meet with the current ridge that's there, staying within our hillside height limitations. Just a further overview from an aerial point of view, here's our detached garage with the potential deck out back, pool area to the views. This is our garage, and so at this point we've got a garage slab on grade, and as we conform to the hillside here, we're thinking about some sort of a cantilevered deck, whether it's a workshop or other use out here that helps to maximize this area for personal use. This is our ADU, again, same profile as the main house, the garage, and you'll see the barn also follows the same profile. That's a conceptual idea of what we see the ADU to be. We'd have a cantilevered roof line and some minimal supports with knee braces based on our structural engineering package. And this is our ag equipment storage. Again, natural grade is this line here, so we're having to tuck this building in, which will necessitate a retaining wall off the backside. So you see the various views. And I'm just assuming we're going to have 2 water tanks, but we're in the process now of going through a whole fire protection plan review. This is our landscape concept plans. We're going to try to minimize the quantity of planting and stick with more of a natural feel of the site.
I don't have any landscape plans in my submittal, Tony.
Okay, all right. So I guess I should skip through this. Am I able to show some photos or share photos of what we envision?
You can show some photos, yes.
So we see a very drought tolerant landscape, especially on this site, but this gives you a feel for sort of the organic, rustic feel for things. Lots of grasses, rosemary on occasion, but to just try to keep it as simple as possible. Again, grasses, multi-trunk olives as accent trees. The owner really prefers not to have a lot of trees planted around the building. I think we should be a standalone sort of thing as mentioned in earlier reviews. Again, multi-trunk olives, DG, some concrete here and there for pedestrian pathways. And, just a general sense, keep it relaxed and to a minimum as possible. So I think that concludes. If I'm not able to share these other images, we'll go back. And I await your questions or comments.
Okay, anybody have any quick questions for Tony? All right, any public comment, David?
Yes.
Quick questions.
Okay, Robin has a quick question.
Just a couple. Driveway material?
Sorry?
Driveway material, what are you thinking?
We're thinking gravel as much as possible. Keep it nice, low key, relaxed. There are sections, of course, where we might approach a 10% in this area here. So we may have to go to asphalt or a chip seal of some sort for a fire department access.
And then what's the depth of your eaves?
There are no eaves. So let me get back to the elevations. We'd like to have it nice and clean. There might be, maybe a couple of inches here just for overlay and trim, but we anticipate this all to be a flush facade.
Okay, and then lastly, is the glass tinted?
A very good question. I think, with the exception of low E and as we get further in, if there's any need for ultraviolet sort of protection or UV protection, that could be considered tinting, but I see that being rather low key.
Okay, thank you.
Public comment?
We have one speaker for this item, Peter Eidos.
I didn't quite catch the name.
David was having trouble with the surname. He said, Peter Haidas.
Uh-huh, that sounds familiar, sure. Is he present?
Sir, you'd like to unmute yourself.
There we go. Can you hear us?
Peter, we can't hear you. We still can't hear you, sir. Nope, you raised your hand. We can see that. But we're not able to hear you.
You know, sometimes leaving the meeting and rejoining will reset your audio settings. If you want to give that a shot.
Okay, I think he did that because he left. Let's see if he can get back in.
And we do have one telephone speaker. I'm not sure which item you're here for, but again, it's *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute yourself.
I don't see Peter yet.
You just want to leave it open.
Yeah, we can. I think we'll go ahead and come to the board first, and then if he pops up, we'll keep an eye out. Okay, thank you, David. Robin, you want to start?
No, Ellen, you go.
Do you have any comments, Alan, or do you want me to start?
I don't have any comments on this.
You don't have any comments?
No.
Thank you, Tony, for the nice presentation. Sorry we couldn't see the landscape. I look forward to seeing what that's gonna look like as far as your plans. I think that, and I did see you had an exterior light fixture proposed. I don't know, how many or any of that, but a normal caveat, there's a fixture, yeah. He's back, all right. Hold on just a second, let me see if I can get Mr. Haidas. Go ahead and unmute yourself, sir. There you go, can you hear us?
I saw something.
I heard something.
Well, he's unmuted, so.
Yeah, he is.
Mr. Highness, can you hear us?
You have to turn up his volume.
Oh. Got it. You know what, folks, let's just keep going and he figures it out. And get it solved.
Sir, I'm going to go ahead and go to board comments because we really aren't able to hear you. We'd love to hear your comments, but we can't. I don't know of any other way to overcome this. Well, if we do suddenly hear you, we'll come and take your comment immediately. But I'm just gonna go back to the board comments because we can't hear you, sadly. As I was saying, looking forward to seeing the landscaping plan and the lighting. That's what's up there right now. I'm assuming that you are only, placing minimal lighting, just what's required beside each door.
Sure. Yeah, and that's the intention. Code requires that lighting be at each and every exterior
Yeah.
access or stoop for egress. So I think where we may have more lighting obviously would be the covered porch area there just outside of the great room right here.
Yeah, and that's gonna be interesting because you don't have kind of a, and not that I'd want you to add it, but there isn't really any kind of a cover, you know, on that front edge, that leading edge that would allow you to throw a light up, yeah.
Yeah, keep in mind, this is a covered porch that extends further out.
Yeah, but because of the thinness of the roof and everything,
Uh-huh.
it's difficult to plunk a light up in there, in, you know, kind of the roof and tuck it in like one would normally do in that situation. So I'll be interested to see how you handle that. And if you have any landscape lighting on the plan as far as pathways or anything like that. And again, you know, less is more. Yes.
Just I understand message from Mr. Hydos.
Yes.
Mr. Hydos, I just sent you an email with my cell number. If you call the cell number, I'll put you on speaker. That was the message.
Okay. So we're looking at that. I would be, I'd like to see a wider representation of the, you know, the site area to get a better feeling for where the light trespass might be. Here we go.
Oh, sure. Let me just put you on speaker really quick here. All right, go.
I appreciate you guys going through all the trouble. I had no comment. I just wanted to wish David luck, and that's it. So thanks for making an effort to get me on, though. That was very
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that was classic. Great.
See, it was a positive comment. It was
Yeah.
worth going. So I think that's it, you know, and looking forward to seeing how you handle the fenestration and the glass and an understanding, an increased understanding on my part based on the, you know, the vicinity and being able to see, you know, from the road and, you know, what the chances of light trespass are, because that's kind of what I'm mainly concerned about.
Okay.
And I think that's why Robin asked the question about tenting, because, you know, we understand greatly that, you know, we design for views. We're up on hillsides and we're up on the
Right.
ridges, and, you know, you got a view, you want to look at it. And there's nothing wrong with that, but we do have concerns about light trespass and the so-called lantern effect. So that's kind of what I would be looking for as you move forward. And other than that, I don't really have any comments. Anybody else?
I wanted to say it was a very good presentation. I do have some concerns about the lighting, as Stephanie indicated. And you do have that large covered porch, so you do have a nice shaded area, but it just seems with this heat that we have here in the valley that you would want some deeper eaves, but they are very clean lines, and I understand that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'm going to call item number 5.
Did you want that last item?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what? Are we
I
coming
think
back?
we'd like to see preliminary level.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Okay, so item number 5. Do we have a representative here?
Yes, hi, my name is Edward. I'm one of the architects working on this project with Brett Jones, and I believe he's having me present today, or really speak to it. And so are you gonna pull up the slide deck?
I am, if you just give me 2 shakes and I will share it.
Sure.
And yours loaded very nicely and rapidly, so. Everybody see that?
Yeah, hold on a sec.
Okay.
So this is a interior renovation with some exterior improvements for an existing building.
Tony, your mic is on.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
And, I don't know if the committee knows this building, but it's right across from the, I believe, called the Grange. And it was excuse me, originally a residential. It was, the use was changed to a tasting room previously by another architect. And we are proposing improving parts of the landscape and then the building itself to be, again, another tasting room for a winery that is off-site. And we're at an early concept phase. And so this is a great time to come in front of the board, get your feedback, and address those for future hearings. So the landscape plan here, one item to note is that the landscape architect has proposed a 30-inch tall wall at the sidewalk that is over the property line. So it would be within the public right of way. And that's something we wanted the board to consider today and get some feedback. There will be some landscape improvements as you see in this plan. The plantings are all meant to be friendly with natives. Some of the plant palette, as you see there on the right. There is parking in the back, and which we provided here in the plan. And then if I'm ready to advance whenever you are, we could talk about some of the exterior architecture moves here. This just shows some of the material palette for the landscape.
Okay.
These show the as-built or the as-permitted existing conditions here. And one thing to note maybe on this plan is we are proposing relocating the ADA ramp, the accessible ramp, to the side of the building. And you'll see that in our proposed plans in a minute.
Zoom back out. Come on.
Again, these are all existing as-built. I think you rotated the plan, maybe.
Well, it was rotated to begin with, so.
Okay.
Okay. I turned it so that I could read the writing.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That's fine. And you can keep going. These are just as-built conditions.
Well, then I'll rotate it back.
There is an attic.
Just a second. There we go. All right. So these are also existing. All right. Let's get into the new.
And this is our demo plan.
Okay. So these
Again,
are existing, and then.
Yep.
Okay, and site plan. Is this our new stuff?
It is, yes. So I'll point out a few things that are happening to the exterior. I mentioned the accessible ramp will get removed from that front deck area and moved to the south deck. That will be what we think the approach, the common approach will be to access the tasting room and outdoor seating that we will plan. The existing building envelope remains as is. We are proposing replacing some of the windows. It has a mixture of different window types. Some are the original wood double hung windows, and then there is a modern steel window on the backside. So we are proposing to replace all the windows with true divided light steel framed windows. And we have not discussed yet with the client, but I had assumed that we'd repaint the building to cosmetically clean it up, but that's something we could come back to the board with in a future meeting with the material palette. But you can see here on the south elevation, the proposed true divided lights that we're showing. And if you go back to the plan, I think it's one image up, there was one other thing that is new, is we are proposing these VIP room B and C on the backside on the porch, and those would be private tasting rooms that would function as either 2 or 1 with a partition moving between the 2. So that would be an addition to the building that we're proposing.
Is that shown here on the elevations?
It is not, because that's something that we're exploring conceptually with the owner at this point. So we haven't developed the exterior for that.
Okay, so this VIP, just so I'm understanding the elevation, is A. Let's see, that is.
And that exists.
Yeah, which elevation is that? Is that this one?
Oh, you know, yeah, you would be looking at the elevation. You can kind of see the facade next to the 2 hinge doors there. To the right of the hinge doors, yeah, it'd be there.
Okay, that's it?
Yep.
Okay.
And then these are details. So it's a pretty straightforward project. It largely entails interior improvements, and these are just different bar options, tasting room bar options we were proposing.
So you're inside.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anybody have any quick questions, clarification? No. Okay. Public comment? Brian?
No public comment unless our caller is for item number 5. Again, hit *9 on your phone to raise your hand if you want to speak on this item.
Okay. Board comments?
I guess I can start.
Please.
I think it's a pretty nice design. This house used to be owned by Olivia Jensen, and there's still some elements that remind me of that old house. So I'm really pleased that you've kept that, and that just have the feel of old Los Olivos. I think I like it very much. Although I do have some concerns about all the glass and light emission.
Okay. Alan?
Well, that incorporates my comments.
Yeah, I'd like to, as you move forward, it'll be interesting if you can, given the limits of our technology here, if you could put 2 elevations, maybe at a slightly larger scale, so that, you know, we can kind of get a feel for it. I don't know what scale these are.
Yeah, that's certainly possible. We could do larger elevations next time.
And and that's a, you know, whatever. You do it if you need to. It's just a question of being able, because it is nice to be able to look at all 4 sides on one sheet. But it just to clearly identify, again, on the elevations and the plans, the areas that are changing. So if you could, I don't know, put just a little crochet over what's changing, and as far as the structures, that would be helpful as well. Just as we look at the project, it helps us identify what the new stuff is. Other than that, thank you. Very succinct presentation.
I just had a question about the wall that's in the public access area there.
Yes, the landscape wall.
Yeah, and is that something that Caltrans has to approve?
Hi, Robin, Brett Jones, if I can interject. No, this is the jurisdiction would be the county, so it would be through the county roads department for an encroachment permit.
Okay, and how high would the wall be?
30 inches.
I believe it's 30 inches.
Yeah, you said 30 inches, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
then what would the material be?
I'm sorry, what was that question?
What material would the wall be?
Oh, it's proposed as a stone wall. And we can show that in the elevations in the future presentation as well. That'd be helpful.
Thank you.
Yes, it would. Okay, thank you very much. How do we want to see in the chair?
I think preliminary.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
And please return for preliminary full board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 6, item number 6, 22 bar 90, I think I'm gonna murder this, Jobin Tennis Family Trust, new single family dwelling. Brett, this is also your project?
Yes, I believe the architect, Brian Zant, might be in the room with you guys.
And here.
He is. All right. Yeah, he got to watch all of our antics with the, while we were off the air. Okay, which one do you want to start with?
You can start with first page, 0.1.
That'd be this one?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Zant, designer for the owners Corey Jobin and Jasmine Tennis. Today we're presenting a conceptual plan for a 4,400 square foot home with 1,250 square foot detached garage and 865 square foot detached guest house and a pool. To orient you, the property is a 20-acre parcel on Acampo Road. This is just off of Figueroa Mountain Road, about a half mile north of downtown Los Olivos. If you can go to the next page, we can zoom in more closely on the siting of our property, of our project. The local climate and views were the main driving principles behind the siting of this project. Wind from the west is a particular barrier to enjoying outdoor living, so we sited the structures to shelter the outdoor living spaces. There are also expansive views of Grass Mountain and Figueroa Mountain to the north, or Valley Canyon to the south, that we wanted to be visible from both the interior and outdoor living spaces. And lastly, we sited the building in the flattest part of the lot to minimize our grading. If you go to the next page, 2.1, you'll see the floor plan of the 3 structures we have proposed. We've conceived it as a series of interconnected spaces. The bedroom and living areas are arranged to create a separation of the guest wing from the main house. And all the spaces are oriented to maximize the views and allow for great access to natural light. The kitchen has nice sight lines to the dining room and living room and the 2 outdoor spaces. Plus there are plenty of covered places to enjoy the outdoors in the shade. If you go to the next sheet, this is our roof plan, which kind of shows our massing before we see it in elevation. The house is comprised of 3 separate elements joined by glass breezeways with flat roofs. And these elements establish the scale and break the plan into outdoor usable areas. So you can see that on the top right, there is the south elevation, which is facing the driveway, looking towards downtown Los Olivos. The massing on the left there is the entry guest wing, and we envision that as a clad exterior stone, clad stone exterior, excuse me, something with the tone of a Santa Barbara sandstone or a local fieldstone to fit into the natural landscape there. The masking in the middle is the living space and is plaster and earth tone. And then the massing on the right is the master wing, which we also envision as clad exterior stone. The massing in the middle, we bumped up the sides, the plate height and ridge height a little bit to visually anchor the whole of the 3 massings. And as I said, they're linked by contemporary glass and steel hallways. For reference, the massing on the left in that south elevation entry is 20 feet 9 inches at the ridge. The main living space there is 22 feet 6 inches at the ridge. And then the master wing is 18 feet 9 inches at the ridge. Our roof pitch here is proposed at 5 and 12, and we'd like to propose a standing seam metal roof. If you go to A3.2, you can see the 2 accessory structures, very simple gables. Approximate height to the ridge there is 16 feet high. We propose stucco exterior in a earth tone and steel doors and windows to match the main residence. Got our views in the back there. It's just a more of a rendering presentation of those elevations. The civil, we don't have to go through that, but I'll just say it's a 20-acre parcel. We have about 1 acre of disturbance, and we've tried to keep the access drive there to under 15% max grade. Fire department has reviewed this plan and has given conceptual approval for access. This house is envisioned for both vacations and long-term residency, with a balance of rustic and elegant modern details, and it's kind of creating a modern translation of a rural house. For the landscape, we have Scott Dominguez on from Arcadia Studio, and I'll have him explain landscape, and then we'll welcome your comments and questions. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, Scott. So first, just kind of starting on the surrounding trees that we have noted here, the larger green plant symbols are oak trees. And so we've strategically placed those to help with screening both to and from the main house there from the adjacent neighbors and properties, but wanting to keep in mind, as Brian said, maximizing those views of the Barrow landscape, which is really important to the owner there. And so starting out along the entry driveway, we'll be including some bordering, some low ground cover natives as you approach the house, and sort of ending into the motor court with a large specimen tree before you approach the garage there. And then some surrounding, maybe flowering trees that would wrap around that motor court area to provide some transparency, but a little bit of privacy as well. And so regarding the design around the home, we're still working through, some of the design concepts for the pool deck area, as well as with the civil for, stormwater runoff and some of the grading. But one of the areas that we are most developed so far is the fire pit zone, which is outside the main bedroom. And that's a little garden space area seating zone that would connect to the pool area. And otherwise, our vision is to just sort of blend into the existing landscape there and slowly sort of fade out into the natural grasslands that are all on the property now.
Okay. Do we have any questions or public comment? Any questions, public comment?
Bethany, Brett Jones, to interrupt again. We should have a letter from a neighbor that was posted, I believe.
Okay, hold on just a second. I'll put it up.
Quickly, I want to state that the project is not ridgeline. It's required to come to CBAR because of the tract map conditions for the Rancho Cuerno Largo tract.
I have some questions.
Quickly, please.
I was wondering, is this part of a homeowners association?
Yes, it
Brett,
is.
did you have a question?
Okay, that's a very positive letter. And I was wondering about the driveway, the circular drive part. Is that permeable surface? It looks like it's some sort of tile in the picture. Yeah, the circular.
But Scott, maybe you can answer that. And you, sir,
Yeah, I think we discussed some sort of natural element of either it's a chip seal or gravel for that space.
Okay, I think Robin was reading it as very similar to the pool and courtyard.
Yeah. I can change that graphically. I think I was just indicating that those are sort of the main sort of zones there, but yeah, it would be a.
No worries.
And then what about the driveway surface?
We do have, we'll have to do chip seal or brush concrete in certain spots. And if we have, we're flatter, we might transition to gravel.
Okay.
Yeah, because you've got this section here.
Yeah, that's when the lots were divided 30 years ago, they cut that driveway, so we're kind of using that as initial access, but we might have to push grade around a little bit to get it under that 15%.
Okay.
And then lastly, will the glass be tinted?
That's not the plan.
Okay.
As of now, as noted in the previous presentations, other than the low E coatings. And we do plan on having shaped drop down in certain spots to provide some shape. So yeah.
Okay, and Brett, I think, answered my question about hillside ridgeline. Are they considering this a natural feature? Brett?
Sorry. You're talking about the where the driveway is coming up there.
Yeah. Because well, let's see. Yeah, because it looks pretty close at being, 16-foot drop within, unless I'm reading this wrong. It looks like it's on a kind of a knoll-ish kind of thing. It looks like you could have a 16-foot drop within 100 feet. I would just ask that you prepare with your next submittal, prepare us something that shows very clearly and graphically that there is not a 16-foot drop within 100 feet of any point in the structure. And that includes all the structures.
Sure.
So you would do it independently of each one. Obviously, the new garage, I don't think would trigger it. I don't think there's enough, nor the pool cabana, but the house. And then that's just so that if it is, and the planner can make the determination that it's not subject because this is a natural feature, we'll just get it documented and
okay.
You guys can be on your way.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, that was my only question. We have no public comment except for the public comment letter.
Right.
Okay, which we've all read. So, comments?
I really like the project, and I lived in houses where you live and where you sleep is different and separate, and I really like it. And this, to me, really speaks to me. I like the whole thing. I like the siding, the roofing. I think it's a really nice project.
Okay. The only comment I have is your bioretention basin. I'm not sure what's triggering the requirement for that, or if it's just a desired feature. The grading, we all know that civil engineers, as my husband once told me, engineers would model a horse as a spear if it made the calculations easier. So, which is a great attribute, but this type of grading where it's the minimal, it's 2 to 1. I think, Scott, that you and the civil and the rest of the design team should get together and kind of see if you can soften some of those. And somehow with the planting, I know you can't really do much with the retention basin if it's required, because you've got stark requirements for volume and all that. And if that's the case, then work with the team to see if you can kind of get that, take the edges off.
Yes, agreed.
Especially along the edges of this driveway and the courtyard. You return for preliminary?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll see you at preliminary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bethany, sorry to interrupt.
Yes, Nicole.
I didn't quite catch all of Robin's comments. Robin, could you briefly restate?
She had no comments really, except for praise.
Okay.
Exactly.
So I think that got it. Item number 7, 22 bar 87 Rasmussen, new single family dwelling and garage. And I will open that up. What? That's really crazy. Do we have anybody here for this project? I remember.
There's a couple.
Okay.
Yes. Am I coming through? This is Ken Radke.
Yes, hey Ken.
Hey Bethany.
Hold on just a second.
Yeah.
Let me get the plans up here. This is not the most.
Bethany, we have that plan set here. Is it sometimes expedient if our office would share that same document and go through it quicker?
Yes, it could be, but they have asked me to make sure that I do the screen sharing, because then if I do it, it's but is this, have I got the right plan?
Yes.
Okay, hold on a second. That's the app, and that's the land use permit. Okay. Okay. Here we go. So this is your location. And, okay. So why don't you walk us through it?
Okay, great. So, Madam Chair, members of the board, thanks for being here with the service. If you go to the cover sheet and look at that vicinity where our group here today is the owners of the property, Lynette and Kurt Rasmussen, good Danish names, returning to their roots in Solvang. The property 910 Ballard Canyon is sort of north of Solvang. All of you are probably familiar with this neighborhood here. And then if you go to the little inset plan to the right there, where you can see the topo and the easement, if you zoom in on that, it's probably helpful. The also present from Blackbird is that, so it's Ken Radke, Alyssa Oberjurga, and James Kyle. The main access to the site is across an easement from Ballard Canyon Road across a county property that is fallow, a former landfill. So it's unlikely for anything to ever happen on that property again. Our property then in question 910 is landlocked in essence. It doesn't touch any roads directly, and it's abutted by larger properties. So you can see that about a 500-foot easement to get to the property from Ballard Canyon. And then I think we could mention here that the views are for this sighting, if you arrive just off the top of this knoll, then you would have, where it's gentler, the slope, you'd have views to the north, which is what the owner is very in love with. The design as well, as we go along, let's look at the next page, which I think is informative if you're able to see the whole thing. This has the topography overlaid with an aerial photo underneath. So you can kind of see that are outlined here, an existing road that comes, in this case, north is to the left. And so you would approach on that sort of existing access easement. You'd come up through an existing sort of what is currently kind of a farm access road, if you will. And just below that knoll top, which is up in this direction, which is east from that knoll top, is the general site, proposed site for the house. And then there are some groupings of oaks that you can see underlying in here to the upper right, to the upper left, and to the left from the proposed house site. Then we could probably go to the next sheet. the photos. I think if you zoom in on number 1 on the lower right of this group of photos and work our way through, this is looking from Ballard Canyon. You can see the oak trees that are kind of like ringing around the top. This number 2 to the left here is an existing access way that comes up. And these oak trees that you see in that photo number 2 are in the foreground of the house views, if you will, and kind of at your feet or your knees, the canopies of those trees from the house site looking north. And then if you go to the next photo to the left, this view is actually looking to the south to some horse properties and so forth, which are very, very active and kind of the less pastoral and less inspired view down there. If you go up, you can kind of see the general terrain here. The neighbors are far away. The proposed site for the house really isn't visible by anybody within 1,000 or 2,000 feet. If you go up to number 7, 8, and 9, these are the views from around where the house could be, and that the Rasmussens are really really inspired by. Then if we go to the next page, this is a landscape plan, so we would plan to come back to this, so we could come back, go to the next page. I think this is informative. So here you can see the whole property with the topo, the existing trees in excuse me, in the underlay. You can see that access road coming from the north from above, and it kind of comes down and loops back up towards just off the knoll. And if you zoom in there just a little bit, you can see this site planning. There is an ADU there, which I know isn't for review, but I just wanted to explain that in essence, that's bermed in and essentially subterranean. So it daylights with its view into tree canopy to the north, and we'll see that in the next plans. So that's really not part of the project per se of the main house.
Okay.
Then we could go to the next plan and zoom out so you can see the whole thing. Here, I can explain a little bit of what's proposed. So as the road on the right is traversing up the terrain, comes up to our auto court, a little motor court with the garage. It's a kind of a T or an H-shaped plan altogether. That sinuous retaining wall to the left is an important site feature. As you all know, there's prevailing winds from the west, northwest. So in essence, there's a steady wind from that direction, and those views aren't the most desired. So in essence, we're kind of berming the house site to just off the knoll top here, and sheltering it with these little outdoor spaces on the left that you can see between the retaining wall and the bedroom wing. Then the great room, living, dining in the middle, that's where you would arrive. You could have a pool and a patio that then looks out to those northerly tree canopies, and you could have kitchen, pantry, and so forth in line with the garage, and an outdoor space that basically captures the morning eastern views and allows for just an important aspect of this design, which is a one-story solution, rolling connections everywhere on this main house and main main levels. We're definitely designing for inclusion of family members and maintaining good access for aging as well. So this one-story low-slung house meeting the 16-foot height limit easily with this design. And we could go to the next page. The roof plan of this H has, in essence, these flanking flat wings, which are lower, and a little butterfly roof over the great room and some trellises. This butterfly roof, that the highest point of the highest part of that roof is below the 16 feet. So the entire house is well below any of the height limits. Go to the next page. This is the west elevation, and I think we should look at the bottom the bottom drawing first, perhaps. This is the south elevation, which is sort of that front side from the motor court. You can see that retaining wall on the left and the knoll that's sweeping up and away from us there to the left, that's sheltering the house site from the prevailing winds, and the dashed in some of the existing terrain out on the far side, with the site being essentially burned in. Then you can, if you look at from the western elevation, you're looking at those little private sort of small gardens that are between the house and the retaining wall. Then if we go to the next sheet, this upper elevation, I think, is informative. You can see this long one-story house that faces out to the east with the kitchen there in the middle and the garage on the left. You can see those outdoor spaces which are behind the setback from this elevation. Implied just barely there on the right, you can see where the ADU could be. Again, essentially completely burned into the hillside and looking out into those existing oak trees. And the lower elevation, you can see that lower level is essentially got a green roof on it, and that's where the ADU is. And then you're looking out towards the sort of family courtyard that orients the entire house to these northerly romantic mountain views, framed by the oak trees. Again, you can see the highest part of the roof is that butterfly, which is in the middle of the house. And you can see the retaining wall in the lower elevation. You can see the retaining wall to the right, which sort of, again, shelters the house. The palette proposed here is weathered copper colored finish for the butterfly roof, starting from top to bottom. So the metal standing seam roof, a fascia that would be metal to match the roof, or perhaps core 10. You can see there are some insets there that could be core 10. You can see a raised green wood, a natural palette element right there in the middle. And you can see some earth and tone plaster elements that just break up the different wings into their own corresponding pieces. And then there could be as well, perhaps board form concrete at the retaining wall, which is really just sort of nestling the whole structure in. The owners are really excited about capturing water and using cisterns, of course, having photovoltaics and being net zero and really living in harmony with the site. And I think from here, we could go back to that landscape plan, and Scott is here to, Scott and Arcadia are the landscape architects and collaborators in this endeavor.
Right. So, so starting off just for reference, the large sort of green vegetation massing, those are those sort of oak groves that Ken was talking about. So as you enter the property, you're kind of driving in between those two on the right of the sheet there. And then still working with civil on the driveway and grading and whatnot, but we are indicating a sort of pull out area there. And then as you move along that driveway, on that, I guess, south east corner, some terrace retaining walls as we approach the main house and ramp up to get to the motor court. And so within the motor court, we're showing our hammerhead turnaround there. Just due to the sort of massing of that motor court, we've kind of intersected it with some ground plane materials and vegetation and accent trees inside that motor court area. And then for the surrounding landscaping, starting sort of on that east slope, we're indicating a native, matrix, low ground cover, along with accent trees. The client's really interested in native plant material and that natural element, but we want to bring a little bit of organization to that planting, especially around the house there. And so we want it to fit seamlessly into that site and have the landscape, respond to the form and the structure. So currently there's mostly kind of exotic and some invasive grasses. So I want to bring it back more to that native plant palette. And I do have some listed photos down at the bottom of that sheet of a potential photo palette of what we're looking to use. And then looking to the west, as Ken talked about that retaining wall to help sort of shelter the structure. It's really responsive to the neighbors as well as the landscape above, of creating this kind of extended oak tree kind of chaparral plant palette that would tie into that existing grove, sages and manzanitas and whatnot for that space there. And then towards the back, the north part of the house is the pool and the pool deck. And then, indication of that ADU there as well. And so again, sort of kind of as we move away from the house and sort of built elements, naturalize into those massings of oak trees. And that concludes the landscape.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No. Public comment?
No public comment unless our caller wants to hit *9 on their phone if you want to speak on this item. Not seeing the hand.
Okay. Board?
I can start.
Yes, please.
I really like this project. When I looked at the agenda and saw that there was 4,800 cubic yards of cut and fill, I thought, oh my gosh. And then when I saw the plans, it's just incredible the way you burned it in there. So I really understand the retaining wall and just getting it down. And I love the butterfly roof. The water cistern capturing water on the site, that is so great. The native plants, materials and colors, the whole thing I think is really well done. Really nice.
May I just add one comment, because there is in essence a pretty alarming math error on this sheet, which has to do with the grading. We did just get a report from the civil this morning who corrected us. So when you take out the house, the footings and all of that stuff, you're actually closer to something like 1,900 cubic yards, which
That's a big difference.
it is a big difference, and it kind of makes more sense when you see the scale of the project. So it is a fair amount of grading, but it allows us to be on this gentler part of the spot and just kind of make it more gentle right in here. So thank you for mentioning that.
Alan?
Well, I commend their optimism in putting a cistern in, assuming that we ever get rain again. I like the project, it looks good. I like to see it, see when it comes back.
Okay. I share Robin and Alan's comments, especially about the grading and just looking at the quantities and everything. And thank you for that clarification, Ken. I think this is basically an example of what we push people to do all the time, which is to push things in. And I would say that I personally would support the grading. So if there's any question from the land use side of things about the grading quantities, I think it's the consensus of the board, yes, it is, that all three of us would wholeheartedly endorse the grading as described on these plans. And I'd like that in the notes, Nicole. As far as everything else, the materials as described, everything sounds really great. I think what we're going to be looking for are your night sky, dark sky fixtures, showing them on the elevations and showing us what the fixture is going to look like. And of course, you know, that goes with the, you know, the normal comment. I'm sure you'll do this anyway, but less is more. We like to see fewer of them than more. The other thing is your materials board. When you return, I'd like to see a materials board. Actually, if you could put together, you could do a digital one, that's fine. But if you can go ahead and start on the actual, you know, paint chips and the actual materials on a board, which you'll need at final anyway, and then submit a picture of that, that would be excellent if you could include that in your submittal, because that'll help us identify which material and color is where.
Yes.
Okay, return preliminary?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Okay, preliminary final?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think you could return preliminary final. The caveat is that, you know, if you do go to final and there's a hiccup or something, I'm not anticipating any, but if for some reason, it's not a guarantee that you'll get preliminary and final in one day, it's simply, so you can do both in one jump, or you can just go for preliminary. All right?
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Just for my education, this comes back for preliminary and final, and we have a full board.
Mhm.
What is it that we are, at that time, what are the new members allowed to talk about?
As long as they
You know what I'm
have,
saying?
yes, as long as they have reviewed the drawings and looked at it, then it's fine for them to move forward. But they can't come in and say, oh no, you gotta do this kind of a
Okay, I
thing.
thought
Yeah.
I'm sure that, yeah.
Yeah,
That
no,
would
it
be
won't,
fair,
it
yeah.
won't be, it doesn't endanger the preliminary.
Fine.
Okay, thank you, guys. You have a great day.
Thanks all. You too.
Thank you. Yep, thank you.
Okay. Item number 8 was continued. Item number,
Before we move on,
Yes.
I don't think that we actually took an action to accept it. Unlike, I know that I received an email from Mr. Tetley. He wants to make sure this gets on your August agenda. So I would, as staff, kindly request that Seaport make a formal motion.
item number 8.
Yes.
Okay.
To August 20th.
Okay, I would so move.
Second.
Well, actually, it'd be better if somebody else did, since it's my conflict.
I'll make the motion.
Alan made the motion. Is there a second? Second. Robin seconded it. All in favor? Aye. Okay. To August.
To August 20th.
Okay, item number 9, 21 bar 159, Hotchkiss addition and remodel. If Brett, if the team could get themselves ready, and I'm gonna actually have Robin while I do the honors here with the, wow. Robin, could you just read these into the record?
Sure. Architectural style is well suited to the site and compatible with area. Provides sections through central roof ridgeline and peak roof ridgeline to demonstrate compliance with 19-foot height limit. Planner to verify compliance. Consider dormer windows in hardy plank rather than stone cladding. Development near the oak tree may require consultation with an arborist. One member suggests studying opportunities to reduce height. Color palette is acceptable.
Okay. There we go. Let me get my screen sharing up here. I think it's that one. Yep. Okay. You folks ready to go, Brett?
Liz, are you on? Liz,
We're
are you
not
there?
hearing anything. Yeah, we're not hearing you, Liz, if you're there.
Thought I saw her on the list.
She's there now, it says. So Liz, you just need to check your mute there.
Awful, and it's just.
Because there's fewer of us.
Yeah.
We're not hearing anybody, Brett.
Liz, if you're having issues with your mic, the quick trick is just to quickly leave the meeting and re-enter. Sometimes that resets your audio settings.
Or leave it on video and phone in, which I've also done for the audio.
How about Laurel? Laurel, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Yay.
Bethany, would you like to go to landscaping before Liz gets back on? Or
Sure. Let's go ahead and do that. So this is our vicinity map. So this tells us where we are. And
we're out on almost the northern point of Woodstock Ranch.
right. It's just, I'm gonna scroll down till I see some landscapey looking stuff.
Yeah, just pass something.
Is this your plan, Laurel? That's the survey.
Keep going.
Okay. There. Tree protection, grading. Getting there. Grading. This starting to look landscaping.
That looks like a landscape plan.
Sure does. Let me zoom out just a little for you so you can start wherever you want to start.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Laurel Brady from Earthform Design. We're presenting today there with the remodel of the house, which they'll go through. What we're trying to do is the goals of the landscaping aspect of the project are number one, to provide a beautiful and functional outdoor space that the family can enjoy. We're on a fairly narrow ridge up there, so we want to maximize, the usable area for this family. We want to screen where necessary from the neighbors. We want to take advantage of all the views, and we want to protect the outdoor living spaces from the prevailing winds. And so in order to do that, what we have done to adapt to the new remodeled house is we provided a new entry area, preserving the oak tree that is in front of the house. I don't know, do you want to go to the planting plan or do you want to stay on the site plan?
Whatever you're driving it.
We did our willow.
Yeah.
Irrigation plan.
Irrigation. Yep. Irrigation details. Here we go.
Okay, here we are at planting. So basically what we're trying to do here is our plant palette is very drought tolerant and native plants. We want to blend with the natural environment, which actually is mostly pasture land, grasses. we are adding, okay, so the front, what we're doing is sloping up to the front door and using a very loose terracing system with the Santa Barbara sandstone and planting in between. Come up to the deck. If we go around to the east side, there is an existing flat space with an existing retaining wall there. Would like to propose a small lawn area for the children to have an area to play where they could be watched by the parents from the residents if they're not down there with them. So it is really just to be a usable area for children. And then below the retaining wall, we're feathering out with some native and perennial plants and grasses below the wall there. Then we move around and we move up to the new back patio that's going to provide an area for dining and lounging. And again, there's a slope up to where the proposed pool and pool deck and outdoor kitchen area are. So again, that would be a loose terracing with the boulders and native plantings in between that. We're adding some trees around the pool area, and as well on the western side of the house where the proposed addition is, we're infilling with some more trees and a very loose privet hedge with perennial plantings below. As we go up to the pool area, we have a nice flagstone patio area and a fire pit. And then that is surrounded by a small lawn area. And then on the outside of the lawn area, again, we've got our native and drought tolerant perennial plantings that are just surrounding that in a very nice, loose, natural fashion. We are also on that side, on the west side of the pool, on the hillside, we are integrating some new oak trees and some new fruitless olives on that side for some screening from the neighbors below and also wind protection from that direction. And on the eastern side of the pool deck and barbecue area, the pool equipment, which doesn't seem to be labeled, but it's that empty square area. Yes, you got it. That's nestled into the hillside. So that'll be quite a bit below, and then we're screening around it so that it's obscured. So we want to protect the oak trees as best we can, obviously as best we can, all the way around the property, because they are some of the most, they're the kind of the, what am I trying to say? The most beautiful structures that are out there around the house. So I think that concludes the landscape presentation.
Okay.
And I'm here. I don't know if you can hear me now.
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm on my phone right now, so the technology is not working great. Okay, so I just wanted to go over the project briefly, and then I'll cover the changes that we made in response to the latest comments. The project in general is pretty much the same in terms of massing. We did do some studies and additional calculations for the ridge height, which brought it down a little bit more than a foot.
Okay.
And I think that addresses the comment about the height. But in general, the massing is pretty much the same. We did increase the square footage slightly kind of in different areas throughout the project. So it's about 200 square feet larger than it was the last time you saw the project. Oh yeah, and then there are those diagrams showing the ridge height. And so we just kept it at the worst case scenario, which is basically at that front entry. We're right at that height limit, and we are using the 16 feet plus the 3 feet additional for the roof slope exception. And so originally our top of roof was 18 feet above finished floor, and now it's 16.11. So the other changes that we made were we changed the dormer roofs to be the siding material instead of the stone. We did make a couple of other architectural changes to the window, just a couple of different owner changes to the windows on the exterior, but it's pretty similar to the last presentation. And then what were the, oh yeah, and then we did get a comment about consulting an arborist, and we do have a tree protection plan as part of this submittal, which is on pages 10 and 11. And that illustrates that we are removing one oak tree that's kind of overhanging the existing residence right now. And so the owners were concerned about it potentially falling on the house. So we decided to remove it because it was just too close to the existing house, and then the proposed house would also have the same issue with proximity.
There's your, that's your mitigation right there, and this is the one that's coming out. Okay.
Yeah. And so then we also have 2 other oak trees that are close to the area of development. One that's in the front of the house, and we've discussed, the arborist report says that, you know, he's not concerned about the foundation impacting this oak tree. We are recommending hand digging with a grade beam in this location to protect that tree because the owners really like it, and we like it as well. In the front of the house, it's a nice tree. There's another tree number 12 on this plan that's closer to the proposed garage, more to the left of the page here. And for that tree, we just, the arborist recommended that we make some minor adjustments to the driveway location. And so we took care of that as part of this resubmittal in the architectural and the civil plan.
Okay. Do you have any elevations? I didn't see any in this plan set.
Yes, there are elevations in this plan set.
Okay. Let me just
it's kind of a big set. I think it's like 45 pages, so you might have to go pretty deep in.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Because that's the section.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, then you'll have a lot of civil and landscape sheets.
Okay. That's tree protection. This is civil.
I don't think I saw this project.
It was here in September. Yeah.
September.
I remember it. Okay, and that's the start of landscape. And that's the trellis detail, right? That's over the barbecue, I take it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, now we're back into the A sheets.
Yeah, there you go. So keep going a couple of sheets down. It'll be after the floor plan.
There's the floor plan.
Okay, yeah, there's the floor plan, roof or reflected ceiling plan, roof plan, the barn or the garage, and then here are your exterior elevations. So we have the cobblestone hardy siding here with the board and batten, the stone veneer material throughout as an accent material, and then green standing seam roof. That's kind of a dark green color.
And which was the change? What was it? There was a Consider dormer windows in hardy plank rather than stone cladding. Can you point that out?
Sure. So on the proposed south elevation, you can see that stone, the stone element right there to the right and the left on the upper portion.
There it is. I remember
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. So that changed from stone to, actually, this is like a reclaimed wood siding right now. And then
Okay,
if
it's
you go
not the
down,
same as,
it's
not gonna
not,
be
it's
the
not the same. Yeah. It's a different siding material. And then if you go down to the next one, there are a few dormers there as well on the right-hand side. And that's basically showing the same ones except in on the elevation.
and there are dormers here on the east and a little bit right there and heading in back.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And what are the materials on the garage?
So the garage is the reclaimed siding and then the same stone veneer material and the same roofing material.
Okay.
And then for exterior lighting, we also have that on, I think it's the second sheet, which is the material board sheet. And
Yeah, I
that
saw
shows
it.
the-
Do you have them noted on your elevations? Yeah, you do. You're showing.
Yes, we're showing them on the elevations, and then also the reflected ceiling plan has the locations of the light fixtures.
Now, I'm not seeing any on the south elevation of the garage. Did I miss it?
I think they're actually hidden under that awning there, so you're not gonna see them.
The eyebrow?
Yeah.
Okay. And the same here with this door? I assume that's a door.
Yeah,
On the west
I might have it above that door there, or yeah.
And then it looks like you've got, there's 3 here, fixtures, and I'm not seeing anything here. Although
There,
that
it's
might not
actually,
be
if you
true.
go, yeah, up to the south elevation, there's one to the left of the door there, and that's close to the other door that you're seeing.
I see. So you're doing double duty with it. Very nice. This is this which porch area, covered area is this? On the east elevation, I've got it turned around.
Sorry, what was the question?
Hold on just a second. I'm just going to scroll up to the floor plan. Okay, so those were the 4 lights on that one side. And this is the 2 on this side. 3 here. Okay, I see. So I'm just looking at the wraparound porch. It looks like you've got some lights up in the trellis too. Or that's inside, or is that not?
That is inside.
Got it. So these are the 3 outside, and then there's 4 on this one. 2 on this one, the porches. And then you've got 2 on this side here. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. And then this is your, okay, so you're showing 2 lights. This is the garage. 1 over each door.
Yeah.
So is it the same gooseneck, but it's just up inside, or?
I think I might have just added the symbol there, but I think it might be a different, smaller downlight fixture that I have at the main house. There's a smaller one that's also a shielded downlight, and that's shown on the second sheet as well.
Yep, I'll go right up there in just a second. I'm just kind of scrolling through to see your details. Okay, so let's go up to the top. Nobody look, don't get motion sick. Here we go. So this is your smaller one?
Yeah, that's the smaller one.
Okay, and this would be the one that you're gonna use in the underneath at that garage? Is that what you're thinking, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, does that finish your presentation?
Yes, that does.
Okay. Any questions while we check for public comment?
No public comment.
Any quick questions?
Just for curiosity, the pool equipment height, is that, it looked like the pool equipment height was up on a hill in relation to the pool, is that
It's
correct?
downhill.
Downhill, okay. I didn't realize you could have pool equipment at a different height than the height of the pool, but okay, that has nothing to do with us, I'm just curious. I appreciate that they lowered it down, and I have no problem with it, I think it looks pretty good.
Okay. Robin, do you want to go into your comments?
Yeah, I don't think I was here for this last time, last September. I really like this project. I think it's nicely done. I like the landscaping, that it seems very well thought out. Beautiful project.
Okay. Yeah, I think the only thing that we had was the question regarding the hillside ridgeline compliance, which has been demonstrated. I don't have a problem since the garage is that reclaimed hardy plank type material. I don't have a problem with it being, directly then onto the residents as well with the dormers. You did the tree protection, and your color palette was fine from last time. The lighting is this is your color board as well, am I correct? Let's just look at that real quick. And it hasn't changed from last time?
The only thing that changed was the specific type of veneer, but it, pretty much looks very similar. It's just we specified a different type of veneer.
Which one are we talking about?
The EX01 stone veneer, the El Dorado stone on the left side there, on the bottom left.
Got it. That's fine. I don't have any issues with that. I think the colors and materials work quite nicely together. You're here for preliminary and final.
Yes.
I did have the only thing I had to comment, and this is for the landscape. Just to be fiddly, I believe the current requirements for turf are that it has to be a minimum of 10 feet in all directions. So you might want to double check that.
Okay.
But other than that, specifically, I was just looking at that little strip along the edge where you had that retaining wall. Not that I think you should, get rid of the turf or anything. That's not but it just, I think you might need to come up with a substitute, something that's, a ground covery kind of thing or something like that. But just double check it. I didn't have a scale and can't put it on the drawing. So, but that's my only other comment. You're here for preliminary and final. Does somebody want to make a motion? Alan is making a motion for preliminary and final. Is there a second? Robin seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you very much. That's our last item. Nicole, do you want to go over the contents of the minutes right before Alan jumps out of here so you can get a head start?
Why don't I share my screen?
Absolutely.
And let's see. I'll put the minutes. I need the host to give me permissions for screen sharing, I think.
He just did. You got it now.
Okay, great.
And I don't know why you didn't want to join us in our mask envy here.
Well,
All of us
I'm
masked.
doing, yeah, I'm doing double duty and doing other work at the same time.
Good for you.
Okay, so let me, can you see the minutes? I'm going to scroll to the top.
Yeah, you might want to zoom in just a little bit.
Okay. And just so you know, I know it says agenda on here. It's just because I take it and put it.
I know, that's fine. We're just looking at your content of the comments.
There's no way I can read it.
Okay, so there's item 1.
Can you scroll in, go in just a little bit more?
Yeah. I'll make this bigger too.
Okay, well, that works too. Can you read it up there, Alan? I can read it right here. Yeah, because we can't read it. All right.
Okay.
Well, we've got, our projector is not projecting very good quality, so I'm going to read it, Alan. Robin can see it here too. Due to an issue with uploading final plans to Box account, the board is only granting preliminary approval, final detailed plans to be uploaded for final approval. I think what we'd like to do is, that is, I mean, that's kind of the gist. Do we want to say that a little differently? How about due to an issue with uploading the final plans to the Box account to be available for public review?
Okay.
The board is taking is granting, remove only, is granting preliminary approval, final approval on consent pending uploading of with lighting details included. Final, I should say, so you've got words granting preliminary approval, that could be a period.
Do you want me to say, based on the plans presented today, after preliminary approval?
That's good. Yes. Yeah. And final on consent at next hearing with lighting details approved by planner. With detailed, you could just say with detailed plans to be uploaded for final approval. And that Robin is saying that there was an additional note that applicant to please sort out their lighting specifications. What we specifically said the planner was to approve the lighting details. Was there more? That was the only one I remember. No, that's it.
What was that about lighting? What was the applicant to do?
See, Robin has a note that the planner, remember that was this is the parks, the beach, okay? And they had the one light fixture they had shown didn't have any call outs. It didn't have 2700 and Kelvin and all that kind of good stuff. And it didn't show a fixture that was dark sky compliant. They had a different picture somewhere else. It needs to be tied together, and that was the planner to confirm that. And you could just add to that at 2,700
This all works.
Kelvin temperature. Temperature lamp,
I always think that's in the trouble.
and that'll do that one for that one.
Better than the high one.
You could just say 2,700 Kelvin lamp. You just leave out the temperature, just say lamp. Okay. Okay, that's it. Let's scroll to number 2. The building is substantially taller and bigger than what was previously approved. This is a massive structure. You could combine, this is a massive structure, whereas the previously approved building was broken up into smaller structures. I'll come back to this as a new project. Okay. You could make it all one common. Yeah. Oops. Be quick. Okay, so the second one, the building needs to be designed so that it fits the site without relying on landscaping. It needs to comply with requirements on its own merits. A site, you could say it's instead of needed is required. Site visit. And then continue that comment and you can say story whole plan should include let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there are 4 gable ends.
I would just go perimeter 90-degree angles and ridge line. That'll get you everything.
Yep. Okay, so it should include
perimeter corners and ridge lines.
we'll say perimeter quarters. No, this is not identification, hon. This is where we want them to put the story poles.
Yeah, we gave specific.
So the story pole plan should include perimeter, corners, and ridge line.
Right. The ridge line height, if I remember on that project, was substantially higher than the top plate of the wall.
Okay, yeah. And you can get the comma out from perimeter. Okay. For number 4, there is strong concern about the development moving
farther into the 3/4.
Yeah, about the development moving into
Not just
I
once
would-
before.
At the risk of being Trumpian, I would change the word strong to substantial.
Okay. Change strong to substantial. Moving into closer proximity. Okay, into closer proximity to Highway 246.
View corridor.
It's actually the 246. It's the highway.
Yeah.
I would say, I would leave it because that's specific.
All right.
Because if you write view corridor, it's like from there. Okay, you put a period there and after 246, and then you can say previous project went through several iterations to achieve
Minimal.
Where are you going with this?
yeah, to achieve distance or setback. We worked with, what I'm trying to get at is we worked very extensively with the previous and positioning of the building so that we could get them basically out of the viewport.
Yeah, so that there was a minimal impact, but what do you want to say for that?
Okay, that's good. We went through several iterations to achieve adequate setback from Highway 246 view sheds.
And minimal impacts, but I don't think that's, I'd like to see it way far back.
Well, we can't.
Where they're growing, which is 30 feet down.
Yeah, that's, we need to concentrate on what was said, and I did talk about the fact that, so I can get that in there because I actually made a comment like that. But if you don't feel that that's what was said during the hearing, then.
I know you addressed it.
I'm good.
Okay, or if you see another reason why it should be out of there. Number 5, concerned about lights transmission. I think that's from the large
southern glass, it was the southern view, that was big glass.
From both the north and south elevations where extensive glazing occurs. I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah.
Okay, and 6, show locations of all security lighting and any other lighting proposed, show proposed fencing. I wouldn't say with the exception of security lighting. I think we would like to see, we want to see it all be dark sky compliant. I think we just leave it at that. And I would say show locations of all security lighting required by other agencies or?
Yeah, because it is other agencies, and we don't necessarily know what their requirements are.
And you could say as well as any other lighting proposed. And then put a period, and then for the show proposed fencing, you could say show any other security requirements such as fencing. Okay, and then you could say depict on plans. I'm on number 7, sorry. Where the construction trailer will be located. And it could be actually please depict, because that's kind of a request. That's not something we usually ask for. We could say support the use of native and endemic plants where possible. You can leave it as an, that's fine. Okay, where possible. Okay, so let's go on to number 3. Okay, so for the color board, I think that should say prepare color and materials board with paint chips, samples, etc. And submit and include a digital representation of the board for next meeting. Okay. I think it should say minimize lighting to that required by, what is it, ordinance? Yes, thank you.
Does it say to complete the willow text? Would you submit them?
No, I think that'll be part of it.
Is that part of number one?
It says landscaping looks good and the driveway is appropriate. I think they mean appropriate material. Proposal is well put together.
Because I have it right here in the return final complete willow.
Okay, so for the first comment, you could say landscaping plan will need to include details and willow calculations. You can take out looks good.
We didn't discuss that.
Yes, she's got it on the willow. I think I said it, actually.
Yeah, I don't remember that at all.
I mean, to a certain extent, I mean, these are standard submittal items. So I know
Yeah.
we repeat these in the minutes, but they should know this and they should know the color board requirement.
The color board requirement is kind of, it's changed, but the landscaping submittal stuff hasn't. You could just take that comment out, number one, completely out.
Who is this one anyway?
I have to say, I would make a suggestion. If we like something and say, landscaping is great and everything, I don't think that needs to be in the minutes.
No, I don't either. That's
just
why I
think the
said take
minutes
it
have
out.
to be What they need to do.
Well, this is
Just
also
take out
that
number
challenge.
one.
They know. When you get somebody from out of the area,
Okay.
they don't know. And they're not paying attention.
Okay, I think that's good.
In lighting, did we had to reduce the lighting near the crush pad?
Minimize lighting to that required by building code. And you could add to that, especially area on number 2,
Can you read that?
especially,
Yeah,
no, it's all out, it's all pixelated.
it is, and it's.
And I think it's the,
It's not designed for that.
The lighting's not.
I'm bringing my own laptop next time.
I mean, there's nothing less than building code requirements, so.
oh yeah,
What else
but
can you do?
it's with specific attention to the crush pad area. That's what we talked about, that's it.
I agree, but I don't, your idea, I'm not arguing, Madam Chair, but my idea of what these minutes should be are,
Minimal.
yeah, because you have to allow staff.
I know, but you want to be as helpful as you can too.
I don't know if this is helpful though, because what they, as specific as we are, they could make the argument if something gets missed, hey, you guys didn't mention it, but look how specific you are.
I understand that, but I think we specifically said, that you can reduce the number near the crush pad.
Should we just leave that? Is that okay?
I think we should move on.
What's that?
Well, I'm okay with it either way, but I think I'm afraid of being too specific on minutes. And because I don't want them to come back and say, you were so specific on this item. And now you're telling me I didn't do this.
Yep.
That doesn't get them out.
I get that, but at the same time, there are certain things that we actually said and brought to their attention that I don't want to be forgotten.
Okay.
For the applicant, not so much staff.
Point that,
Yeah.
I disagree. Point that.
Okay, so let's go to 4. And in parentheses, which should be minimal. I think that sums everything up.
Mhm.
Okay. Number 5. I think you could get rid of 1 and say something about the thoughtfulness of the remodel is appreciated. And instead of glass below it, say glazing. Okay. Take out, make it a separate comment of the new and proposed elements, to differentiate between new and proposed elements. Yep. And throughout plans and elevations, or on plans is fine. That's fine. I'm getting too specific. No, it's a well-taken comment. Okay, so is the rest of that good? Okay, a 6. Take out nice project. It says, provide an exhibit to clarify whether or not the project is subject to hillside ridgeline regulations. Look to soften the look of the bioretention basin with grading design and landscaping as people. Okay, so that should change to within the design team. Look to soften grading features such as 2-to-1 slopes, etc.
Say that again?
Look to soften grading, look to soften graded slopes such as 2-to-1. Okay, I think you could do a period. Does that look okay? Yep. Design exhibit to clarify whether or not the project is subject to hillside ridgeline regulations. Within the design team, look to soften graded slopes such. Okay. All right. I think we can say that 1 should be that this project exemplifies combining grading and design. You could say architectural design. To marry the proposed structure with the site. Integrate. Okay, to integrate instead of to marry. And then after with the site, you put a period, and then you can say BAR supports the grading quantities. I want that in the notes because we talked about
Yes,
that.
yeah.
Photofiber, stormwater systems, and landscape planning are all well done. Design elements. The board supports the proposed gradings as it appropriately lowers the home. Actually, you could take out my comment that I had BA supports the grading quantities and just use number 3. I don't know if we need number 2. The butterfly roof, stormwater systems, and landscape berming are all well done design elements.
That was me just going through everything I love.
Yeah. I think we can take that out. You
Yeah.
agree?
Yeah, because we've already said it.
Alan?
I'm
Okay.
for taking everything out that doesn't give them specific instructions.
Provide proposed lighting fixture information, ensure that lighting is minimized and dark sky compliant, that's fine. Provide a physical, digital color board, provide a photo of the physical color. I think you could say, prepare a physical color board. Yep. And you can take out the and digital color board. Prepare a physical color board, and digital can come out.
Now that we're doing these hybrid meetings, this would be for Nicole. Now that we're doing these hybrid meetings, is both a physical board and a digital board going to be required?
The digital is nice because we have to use it up here. The physical traditionally was brought into the meeting, but what people have been doing now in COVID is submitting it after they get final, and it still has to be stamped. It has to be physically stamped and returned on site. That's why you need the physical.
Okay, so if we do color board to code, that would mean they get answered both.
Well, it's not written anywhere.
But in the sense of the digital.
Aside from the physical.
But the digital one you want for the public.
The
that's
meeting
doing the
so that we
Zoom,
can.
or anybody that's on Zoom.
I think it should be prepare a physical color board and provide a photo of it, then submit a photo of it.
That's good.
Okay. We did a continued, you've got the who did what, right?
Do we need to show the continued to the, do we need a
Yes.
motion shown there?
He's got it, he'll add it.
Okay.
He adds all the motions, who
Oh,
made the
yeah,
motion, who
yeah.
seconded the vote, he does all that. That's why there's this dichotomy in the
Yes.
minutes, because Nicole is only responsible for this. I think, we had no comments basically on the Hotchkiss. Did you have anything on Hotchkiss?
No.
Why don't we just-
Oh, no, double check. The turf, 10 foot by 10 foot.
That's just a suggestion, she'll do
Okay,
that.
then if we don't.
I think we have no comments, it's just preliminary final.
Yeah.
And by the way, Nicole, your minutes are so good. Truly.
Nicole, now that we've done this twice, is this helping you out doing it this way?
Yeah, no, I think this is great, and it's a good service to the applicants and the planners too, because they basically, even though these aren't voted on yet, they can have more assurance that they're accurate. So I think it's good.
Because
Yeah.
they've been reviewed.
Yeah, I'd like to go, before the meeting's over, I'd like to go off record to say, this meeting is an absolute example of when you have a good staff and a prepared board, you get the heck out of here fast.
We got through, yeah, all of us had looked at everything and done it. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn. Can I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that was Robin on the second.
You're 10 minutes late.
He said he could stretch it